कैमरा ऑन करो।
देखो
ओके, फ्रेम सेट कर दो एक बार। ये फ्रेम देखो हुआ है
इनको अभी तक तो हिला नहीं है लास्ट
नहीं नहीं हिला हुआ है ना, ये देखो।
So you got your tea? No, not yet. Not yet, sir.
रिटर्न कर दूंगा जब तक। और ये देख लो। हेलो हेलो ठीक
Yeah, a cup of tea would do, yeah. ये कैमरा का हाइट बहुत ऊपर चले गया है।
I guess you are live now.
Go.
The 61st Cavalry was formed immediately after India's independence in 1947, following the amalgamation of the princely states with India. It has a glorious past and is the only horse-mounted regiment in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an audio-visual clip for you. I hope we will find it interesting. Over to the tech team.
Welcome to 61st Cavalry. I am the double-headed mythical Ganda Barunda eagle. My outstretched wings span events in their millennia, and my vision enscrolls for posterity, as also views the future with anticipatory prescience, for which I, then, become the sole anecdotist. I have overwatched the birth and growth of the fabled Indian cavalry and its equally mystical spirit, which tangibly can be said to be that mystic bond of transference of natural instinct, response, and emotion that coursed between a cavalier astride his gallant charger. From this mass of muscle and sinew flowed a vigor of the emotion, a temper of the will, a freshness of the deep springs of life, and a temperamental predominance of courage over timidity. In this vein, I now recount for you the immortal saga of the coalescing of 5 warrior former Indian princely state cavalry units into one valiant, redoubtable, and unique mounted cavalry regiment that carry my image with honor as their badge. The sacrifices, deeds, and renown of this redoubtable and fabled body of troops is immortalized for eternity in the magnificent Teen Murti Cavalry Memorial, which pays silent tribute to the services and memory of the 15th Imperial Indian State Forces Cavalry Brigade, as it then was during World War I, located in the national capital in New Delhi. Come, listen to my story of the fabled 61st Cavalry of the proud Indian Army. After the independence of India in 1947, the restructuring of the new Indian Army commenced after the departure of those elements of the former British Indian Army allotted to the new Dominion of Pakistan. As part of this restructuring, many of the former cavalry or mounted units of the former Indian princely states had to be rationalized and streamlined so as to provide a self-contained militarily effective mounted force for the new emerging Indian Army. This impulsion was a natural outcome of the personal and close association with the sport of equitation and his own love for horses of the first Prime Minister of independent India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, who saw to it that his nascent nation retained in its full panoply a mounted cavalry unit as part of the regular Indian Army, in his prophetic statement that India must preserve a horsed cavalry regiment which shall serve as a link between the past and the present. Towards this end, the following principal former state cavalry units were put into the crucible of fusion. The Gwalior Lancers, formed by the amalgamation of the 1st and 2nd Gwalior Lancers, raised in 1853 and 1852 respectively. The Jodhpur Kachawa Horse, formed by amalgamating the Jodhpur Lancers, Kachawa Horse, Udaipur Mewar Lancers, Mangal Lancers, Alwar, Dungar Lancers, Bikaner, and the 1st Brijendra Lancers, Bharatpur. The Mysore Lancers, raised in 1807. B Squadron 2nd Patiala Lancers, 1910, and Saurashtra Horsed Cavalry Squadron, 1891. The symbolism behind the selection of these units is not far to seek. Spiritually, and in some cases actually, in these units were to be found the descendants and ethos of the Maratha, Rajput, Sikh, and South Indian cavalry of yore. The regiment was raised on the 1st of October 1953 under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Phulel Singh of the former Jammu and Kashmir State Forces. The new Horsed Cavalry Regiment, as it was then known, completed its raising and equipping at Jaipur in the Kachawa Cavalry Horse Lines. In January 1954, it assumed its present designation of 61st Cavalry. Organized as a full cavalry regiment with 3 saber squadrons, a medium machine gun troop, a signal and communication troop, and the Gwalior Mounted Band. The regiment's profile changed to 2 saber squadrons and a headquarters squadron, having shed 1 saber squadron and the machine gun and signal troop in 1975. My narration would be incomplete were I to omit to recount the deeds of this unique assembly of disparate in origin, yet formidable band of armigers, whose deeds and valor bequeathed to its modern-day successor an awesome military heritage and an impressive tally of battle honors. Hark! Heed the saga. The Gwalior Lancers served with distinction in France and Flanders in 1914, 1918, and in Mesopotamia in 1916. The Jaipur Kachhawa Horse served meritoriously in Sindh, now in Pakistan, for almost 16 months, deployed against the Hurs. The Jodhpur Lancers' enviable record of service boasts of deployment to the former Northwest Frontier Province in the Tirah Campaign, 1897-1898. China, 1900-1901, during the Boxer Rebellion. France and Flanders, 1914-1918, during the engagements at Ypres. Festubert and Cambrai, 1917. Palestine, 1918-1919, when in September 1918, Major Thakur Dalpat Singh earned immortal glory leading the regimental charge that helped result in the capture of the port city of Haifa. The regiment also served with Pay Force in Iran in 1944. The regiment won a host of awards for this dauntless and valorous service over all these years. The 4th strand of this military brotherhood, the Mysore Lancers, served in Egypt and Palestine for the defense of the Suez Canal in 1914-1915. It participated in the pursuit of the Turks, 1915, and the subsequent capture of Gaza. It also assisted in the capture of Haifa, 1918, and the last cavalry action at Aleppo. The regiment's tally of awards comprised 60 decorations.
Welcome back. A book discussion on Mashko, the Kargil War as I Saw It, by Brigadier U.S. Bawa. Brigadier Umesh Singh Bawa, VRC, VSN, was commissioned in the 17th Battalion, the Jat Regiment, in June 1978. He commanded 17 Jat during the Kargil War and was awarded Veer Chakra during the operations. His unit was tasked to capture Pimplex Complex, part of the Point 4875 in Mashko Valley. Brigadier U.S. Bawa has served in various staff and command appointments in the Army, and he has authored the book, Mashko, Kargil as I Saw It. It's a gripping, first-hand, authentic account of war stories of the Mashko warriors by the author. Brigadier Umesh Singh Bawa, who commanded the unit in war, was awarded Veer Chakra for his gallant actions in the Mashko Valley in 1999. The book captures the tale of bravery, humor, emotions, tragic losses, and hard-won victories in extremely challenging conditions, where many believed that the mission was impossible. He says, I write this book as a gratitude and tribute to Mashko warriors, 17 Jat, who fought this battle with grit and determination, and many sacrificed their lives for the country. He says he felt that their story must be recorded for posterity, so that every young budding officer and soldier should be well informed and learn appropriate lessons from our good deeds and mistakes that we made. On the panel to discuss the book we have
Major General Amarjeet Bedi, Lieutenant General A.S. Bedi, commissioned into Garhwal Rifle Regiment in 1981. He has had a distinguished military career in which he has executed important command, staff, and instructor appointments. The general has the credentials of having commanded the formidable 5th Brigade, the oldest infantry brigade of the Indian Army in Arunachal Pradesh, and the 3rd Infantry Division in Leh. During his career, he has been awarded the Vashisht Seva Medal, the Yudh Seva Medal, the Uttam Yudh Seva Medal, and the Param Vishisht Seva Medal for his invaluable services to the country.
Mrs. Manraj Grewal Sharma. Manraj Grewal Sharma is a resident editor of the Indian Express, author of a book on Punjab militancy called Dreams After Darkness. She has also worked as a consulting editor with development organizations such as the United Nations Environment Programme and Asia Pacific Adoption Programme. She has been publishing consultant with the Asian Development Bank, Manila, as well as was the managing editor of Gender, Technology and Development, an international peer-reviewed journal published by the Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, for 5 years.
Ramesh Vinayak. Ramesh Vinayak has been the editor of Hindustan Times Chandigarh edition since 2009. Prior to that, he was with India Today News magazine for over 17 years, during which he reported on a wide range of issues from the North Indian states of Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir, Haryana, and Himachal Pradesh. He has written extensively about politics, security issues, terrorism, religion, agriculture, economy, and the Indian diaspora. He is the recipient of 2 prestigious international media fellowships, the Chevening Scholarship in UK and the World Press Institute Fellowship in the US. He has been honored for his coverage on the Kargil War and excellence in farm journalism. He is known for having covered high-profile assignments such as Operation Black Thunder, the Punjab elections, the Chirari-Sharif crisis, the mid-air collision of Charki Dadri, the Bayan Singh assassination, Kargil War, the IC-814 hijacking, the Parliament attack, the assassination of Abdul Ghani Loni, and the Prime Minister's Kashmir visit.
I hand it over.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Major Vikramjeet and Radhika, for such a nice introduction. I am Ramesh Vinayak from Hindustan Times, and I welcome today's panelist. First of all, author Brigadier U.S. Baba and Lieutenant General Bedi and Major General Amarjit Singh and my colleague and resident editor of Indian Express, Manraj Grewal Sharma. So welcome you all to 4th Military Lit Fest, which has become now a defining event on calendar of not only Chandigarh, but also the whole country. And I'm honored to be talking about and moderating panel on this very interesting book, Mashko Kargil as I Saw It, by Brigadier U.S. Baba. Ever since Mandeep sent this book over to me 5 days ago, I have gone through this 320-page book very thoroughly, and I found it very fascinating account of what happened in Mashko sector of Kargil War. I have had an opportunity to cover Kargil War for India Today magazine. I was a foot soldier for that magazine during that war, and I was talking to Brigadier Baba and telling him that it's just a coincidence that we didn't run into each other during that war. Otherwise, majority of army officer he has talked about in his book, I have had the chance of meeting them and interacting them during war, even after war. Because I went to Kargil again in January 2000, to do a cover story for India Today on the winter warriors as to how our troops were holding those heights for the first time, since the war. In those extreme wintry conditions. So very warm welcome. And first of all, a little bit of ground rules. I would set the ball rolling with Brigadier Baba, and then we will request Major General Amarjit Singh, Lieutenant General Bedi, and Manraj to pitch in. And because we are talking virtually, and these are the connection may be dodgy at a time. In case I go off, I would request Manraj to kind of step in and moderate the panel.
Sure, sir.
So wonderful. So let's start by I would as Major Bikramjit has already introduced Brigadier Bawa, he's a very fine soldier, as one can make out from his book. And he was commanding 17th Jat, which played such a pivotal role in capture of point 4875, which further led to other very tactical victories in that sector of war. So very decorated soldier, awarded with Veer Chakra and Sena Medal, and very proud achievements of this war. Let me ask first Brigadier Bawa, sir, it has been now 21 years since Kargil happened. Why this book now? And also, the most fascinating aspect which I found about your book is that it has a lot of details, those first-hand stories of raw courage, grit and glory of your soldiers. And, remarkable thing is that you not only have an eye for detail, you also have kind of kept your sight on the big picture, whether it is lessons of war for, CO level officers, for the senior leadership, even for the media. So if you could enlighten us as to why did you decide to write this book 2 decades after the war, sir? Over to Brigadier Bawa.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Vinayak, sir, for introducing me. While I tell you why I decided after 21 years to write this book, in everybody's life, there is some very eventful period which takes place in your life. And in my life, it was this war, which I can never forget in my life. Because this war gave me a lot of awards and fame to the unit, but at the same time, it made me immensely sad of losing my men, 1 officer, 1 JCO, and 34 other ranks. I thought that their stories must be recorded for posterity so that others may learn some valuable lessons from the good deeds that we did and the mistakes that we committed during the war. This book is not about heroic deeds of a commanding officer or, telling something about, great things that we did. But this book is mainly for identifying the mistakes that we committed during the war, so that when the new generations, if they fight the war in a similar battlefield, in the similar conditions, they do not commit the same mistake again. And we do not write the history with more blood. This was the main reason that I decided to pen down my memoirs, which happened 21 years back, and I thought that each and every citizen should know about it. Otherwise, most of the time, what happens is your battalion history is restricted to the unit museum and the regimental museums. But I wanted this history to go to each and every corner of the world so that each one knows how this battle was fought, what were the limit of sacrifices that the soldiers made, what are the problems that the soldiers and the families face after the war also.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brigadier Bawa. Let me bring in Major General Amarjit Singh, a veteran soldier. Sir, we have seen senior officers writing books about their war experiences, whether it is 90, 65, 62, 71, even Kargil War. We had a book by General V.P. Malik, Surprise to Victory. My question to you, sir, is that what is significance of brigadier level or colonel level officers who had the first-hand account, of leading a war effort, who were in the thick of action? What is the significance of a book written by a mid-level officer about a war? Why this book is important from not only military standpoint, but also from the standpoint of kind of motivating young officers, mid-level, soldiers.
Military history is generally written by two kinds of people. One are the people who have never been to the front, who have never fought a war. They are sitting behind. Someone say like journalists like you. I mean, I'm not saying the thing. They are hearing stories and they are writing the books. So what you are writing is second-hand stories. The second kind of books are written by soldiers who do not tend to get right to the front of the battlefield, right in the front of the battlefield. But very few books I can count them on my fingers. One of them is Mashko, written by U.S. Bajwa, which is a book written by the soldier right in the front facing the battlefield. No brave has ever written a war because the brave lie dead on the battlefield. They don't write stories later on. So it is very few authors, very few, you can count them on your fingers, who have actually written about the battle while facing the bullets. All other military history has been written secondhand. And when you write it secondhand, there is a lot of other kinds of emotions that have that come in, and a lot of other extraneous incidents come in. This is one book written by a Veer Chakra, who's been awarded a Veer Chakra. This is a book written by a commanding officer who actually went and fought the battle, who actually saw his men die, and who actually brought the bodies back, and who actually climbed the objective and claimed the victory. So you don't find many military authors writing the book right from the front. So that is why when I read this book, I was trying to find out people who have actually written books. How many VRCs and MVCs have written books on this? Very few. You can count them in your journalist history, and how many people have written books about fighting the war themselves. Most of the books have been written secondhand. So therefore, this book has got a lot of importance, because this book I find is right from the front and right from the heart and right from the eyes he has seen it. There is no second-hand emotion or a second-hand thought process going in, no politics involved, no other editor forcing him to say, no, write it this way, write it that way, or this is correct, or that is politically incorrect. So this has the importance of that book. So I have very few authors to that, and I salute your VRC. Brigadier Bajwa, I salute your VRC. I salute 17 Jat for their battle there. And by the way, I was also commanding my regiment during Kargil, and we were also in Northern Command. We were deployed in the Samba sector. So I know at the same time what happens. And in the course of time, if something comes up, we will talk more about it. Over to you, Ramesh.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Major General Amarjeet. Let me bring in Manraj, who comes from a military family, actually, if I am correct, Manraj.
Yes.
So if you can talk about, the importance of this Brigadier Bawa's book, as Major General Amarjeet rightly pointed out, not many officers who have been in the thick of action or right in the front have written books about war. So that really sets this book apart from so many other books we have seen on war stories. So what are your views on this, Manraj?
It's a lovely book, as you said, as you pointed out earlier, very fascinating because it has all the, it is, he's told the Mashko story. We always say, tell it like it is, without coloring it unduly with your biases, your emotions. So, yes, there is a lot of emotion, especially in places where he loses soldiers, the commanding officer, seeing a soldier who's hit in the eye. And then later he discovers that the soldier has lost eyesight and he's written a line. It was a crushing piece of news. So there's a lot of, we always think of soldiers as these robotic individuals who can do wonders, who go out, kill people, etc. But the planning behind it, so being a commanding officer, the the emotional toll it takes on you, how you have to look at your soldiers, your strategy, your tactics. And he's given us a very objective picture. So he's not tried to airbrush any flaws. He's also told us about how the questions the military leadership needs to ask. Why is there no contingency planning? Why were troops not better prepared for mountain warfare? So all of that, and the role of a colonel, and also the impact on soldiers. Like one of the soldiers went missing and he was found. So just one line he's written about post-traumatic stress disorder and how these individuals are liable to commit suicides, more vulnerable to suicides. So all these things are airbrushed by unfortunately by the military themselves. So they don't like to expose any vulnerability. Whereas I think it is very important because that is the only way you can empathize with a soldier. Otherwise, you feel he's not a person like you. Whereas he very much is. He's got a family, he's got somebody at home waiting for him. Whereas we have very high expectations from the commanding officer, the soldier on the ground. So this is a very, very refreshing book. Also, I'm sorry if I take too much time, but he's also pointed out, he's written a whole chapter on the lessons for media lessons of war.
Yes, we'll come to that. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I thought that was very good as well.
Very nice. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Manraj. Let me go back to Brigadier Bawa again. Sir, as you said that, Mashko sector was an important theater of war, but somehow it didn't hog limelight, during the war, even after war. I remember most of us, journalists who were there on the war front, we were basically operating on the Srinagar, Leh axis, Dras, Kargil, and I went to Batalik. I remember during one of my trips. So the battalions or the formations which were on this axis, I mean, they hogged much of the limelight. So my question to you, Brigadier Bawa, is what was the tactical and strategic significance of Mashko Valley? Why it was, crucial to our overall war effort in Kargil in 99. Somewhere in the book you write that Mashko was more important tactically than even Tiger Hill, which became a household name during the war. So, if you could kindly dwell on this aspect, what was the tactical and strategic significance of Mashko theater? I think we lost.
I think we must. I'll try and put it across in one manner by the time we can get to that.
Please.
I'll tell you why Tiger Hill got more importance because Tiger Hill was more approachable by the journalists. They were there more. So, you've been journalists and you've been there. You will report only from the place where you are. The place where 17 Chart was, where they were fighting the war, I don't think any of the journalists could have approached that place and could have gone there. So there were no stories from outside. There were no cameras there to report from outside. So you found that Tiger Hill became more important. Why? Because the cameras were there, the journalists were there. So all stories emanated from Tiger Hill. So Tiger Hill became the hero of this thing, and 4875 became a subsidiary to it because the journalists could not reach there and the stories from there could not come out. the story is coming out today that the importance of this battle of 17 Jat and how importance of it. I think we've got Brigadier Baba back. Baba, were you able to hear the question which Ramesh put up to you?
No, sir. I just went. The internet went down, so now
Okay.
I couldn't hear that question.
Wonderful. No problem, Brigadier Baba. My question was that what was the tactical and strategic significance of Mashko sector, especially because you mentioned somewhere in the book that tactically point 4875 was far more important than even Tiger Hill.
Yes, sir. So actually, point 4875 almost was overseeing the road stretch of about 12 kilometers. It was the
So
most dominating feature in that Mashko Valley, and the road which passes from Zojila towards Kargil was dominated by this highest peak in that area. It was slightly away from the main road. That's why media, that media coverage of this point was not that much. Media was covering mostly Tiger Hill and Tololing, which were easily visible from the road. Otherwise, this feature was even more important than Tiger Hill. This thing has been accepted by the GOC 8 Mountain Div, who was there, Lieutenant General Mohinder Puri now, a Major General during that time.
Okay, so what kind of effort went into gearing up the whole war machine? Like you were commanding 17 Jat. So what it took for you to really first grasp, the challenges in attacking those, multiple features. Pimple, was there. Rocky Knob was there. Of course, C4875. So how did you plan your whole war effort and gear up your battalion for this very crucial battle? If you can tell more about, the real battle which happened.
Yeah. Well, before I was inducted into the sector, I was actually deployed in a counter-infiltration role at some other area. Luckily, that was again a high altitude area. So my troops were there for almost 20 days in that area before we got inducted into the Kargil sector. That's why I was slightly lucky than others that my troops were acclimatized in the high altitude terrain before being inducted. Whereas other troops, which had been shifted from Srinagar and other areas, they found it quite difficult during the initial days because they were not given enough time for acclimatization. This was the major benefit that I got when my troops got inducted into the Mashko Valley. However, all those people who were joining who were on leave and joining the unit thereafter were being put into this acclimatization schedule. And secondly, why I did what others could not do was because I got enough time to prepare my battalion for war. I was not rushed into the attack, except for the first one, in which I suffered 1 JCO and 5 other ranks as fatal casualties. That shook me up and taught me the real lesson that I should not send my troops unprepared. Therefore, thereafter, I told my brigade commander that I would like to gain full information about the enemy before I take any further action. Slowly, I surrounded the enemy point 4875 and Pimple complex from 3 different directions. Of course, I was away from his small arms fire, but I had established a firm base to give multiple options to tackle point 475 and Pimple complex from 3 different directions. Out of these 3 directions, the one which was on the western side was used to give a false front or to deceive the enemy as a deception measure. The troops of 12 Mahar were located there during the actual assault, and so that the enemy was made to believe that actual assault was coming from the western direction, whereas actually the direction of assault physically was from the south and southeastern direction. I attacked the feature of Pimple complex from southeast direction, whereas 13 Jackrif attacked from southern direction, and from the western direction it was a deception plan. Due to this, the enemy was shaken up and he did not actually know from where actual assault was coming initially. So this is how I gained surprise and deception.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brigadier Baba. Let me now bring in Major General Amarjeet. Sir, since you are there on the border front, of course, you said that you were in the Samba area, because at that time, one of the things talked about was that maybe, the war front would expand, and maybe India decides to, open up war on other fronts too. One of the things that we have consistently debated about Kargil war is the number of casualties. We lost 526 of our men, and so a lot of people feel that this was too high a price to pay. So what do you think about our casualties? Were these unavoidable? Could we have suffered lesser number of casualties, and objective could have been met without losing so much blood? What do you think, Major General Amarjeet, before I go back to Manraj and then to Brigadier Baba for the last word on this question?
Okay, in the field of soldiering, losing men and dying is a given, and it is always good in hindsight, like we are talking today, that was it possible to lose less men. In hindsight, I can always say yes, it is possible to lose less men, but if you put yourself in the shoes of Brigadier Baba and there, it is extremely difficult when you are facing bullets and say that, okay, whom to save and whom not to save and whom not to save. Because the enemy is acting not in your control. Enemy he is on his own and he can do what he feels like. So it is a battle between two people. And then in hindsight, we can say, okay, we can lose less men, but people who have fought the war will not think otherwise. So yes, we lost a lot of men. But what I want to put across to you is point 4785. All right. If I convert it into feet, it's something like 16,000 feet. At 11,000 feet, a normal man walking at 11,000 feet will not be able to walk comfortably. After some time, he will have all those high altitude sicknesses at 11,000 feet. Around 13,000, 14,000 feet, you got to go a second degree of acclimatization. A normal person will not be able to walk at that feet. At 16,000 feet, taking one step is an effort. And then carrying the load, carrying your weapons, and facing bullets, and walking up to an assault. I have to salute those men and soldiers who have done that. And at that point of time, if you say that, no, I'm going to count casualties, and then I don't think today you and me will be discussing a victory today. If we said, if we had to save men, and it says save men, today we would have been hanging our heads in shame and Pakistan would have still been sitting on Mashko Heights and probably would have cut off the Zojila axis, and we might have just lost Siachen. So now if you say that less men, or what could have happened? So it is very easy to say that we've lost a number of casualties. But what could have happened if we had tried to save these men and not done what we had done? What could have happened is, yes, we could have lost a large portion of Siachen. We could have lost our connectivity to the Leh Valley, and Leh Valley would have got isolated. So the connection when you say is about the men, losing the men, and saying, in hindsight, I would love to discuss this topic more, but not in a situation when you're actually fighting at war and what is at stake. Brigadier Umesh has brought out very clearly, a very clear distinction has come out. Whenever he talks about brigadiers and above, you see in his book, the brigadier will say, launch now, launch just now. You see in his book, the GOC says, launch just now. And the commanding officer says, no, give me 2 more days. Give me 2 more days. Now see the distinction. This is where the body count takes place. The senior officer is talking about an objective which he has to choose. He's been given a political aim to, okay, clear that area. He has to do it. He's not. But the commanding officer, like Brigadier Bawa, at that point of time, he's got a controversy on his mind. He says, is it the aim more important or is my casualties more important? So he draws a line somewhere down the line in his head. He doesn't tell anyone. That line is in his head. I'm quite sure Brigadier Bawa would have felt that this thing says, how much can I press and how much casualties can I take? Correct? You know what happens? I can only show the first casualties that you get, they come as a shock to you. Correct? And then you start gritting your teeth. He says, what the hell? These guys have shot my men and I must go back. And at a point, Brigadier Bawa says, look, I've got to go and get those men who are still lying there. He brought them back later on at the end of the war. But those bodies lying there at that was always behind us. He written 3-4 times in his book. He says, I had got to go and retrieve those bodies and I should have been attacking that feature. Rather than, I think it was the other battalion which attacked that feature. He says, I should have been attacking the feature because my boys are lying dead there. So when you talk of casualties in this battle, there is a very fine line to say what is my objective and what are the casualties. Casualties will come. I mean, we are not fighting a game with a tennis ball or a cricket ball or something. They are live bullets. One bullet name is written on you. That is the end of the that's the end of you. So casualties in war will happen. The decision, I've told you where it happens, is between the war, between the senior officers using a larger aim at time and a commanding officer who has the life of his men at stake. He will lose his men going up. But then he has an objective. Today, 17 Jat, whenever they think of Mashko, I mean, it's a battle honor for them. They shout on top of their voice on the raising day. They do it because they lost this men. They lost these casualties. They do it for them. So casualties is something that will happen. If you start counting casualties, you will never be able to fight a war. Casualties can be counted at the later time in battle. But when you're fighting a war, you'll never reach your objectives if casualties are, weighing very heavily on your mind. I would request Brigadier Bawa, if you could tell us as to what was the fine line you drew between getting that objective and the number of casualties that you may lose.
Sir, you have covered the topic very well and in great detail. And what you have said is absolutely right. When you are attacking a feature and the task has been given to you, the amount of casualties that you will face, less or more, it is a very fine thin line. You don't want to lose many men, but again, you also want to achieve your objective. And when a task is given to a battalion commander, psychologically, there are a lot of pressures on him, to succeed. There is a fear of failure. What if, I'm not able to complete my task? Casualties will happen. But if casualties also happen and I'm not able to do my task, I'll become a history. Everybody will curse me throughout, that this was the commanding officer who could not achieve his task. And that burden of losing is, very heavy on your head. So what is counting on your head is the victory and nothing else. Yes, casualties will happen. You would like that you come out with minimum casualties, but in a terrain like this, which was so hard, even it was difficult to breathe even after walking about 10 meters on that mountains. The casualties were bound to happen because the approaches were limited, and all those limited approaches were covered heavily by the enemy weapons and their fire. Thank you, sir.
And sir, if I could ask you, since this was a high altitude war, and we've had a similar situation now in Leh, in Ladakh, and with the Chinese. So what do you think? Like, you have written at some place that we fought with what we had. There was initially shortage of equipment, etc. So as an infantry soldier, and you've also written that there are times you face the criticism that, this war was fought like previous wars. It wasn't fought like a modern warfare. And here too, we saw when, that incident took place, 15th June, people fought with bats and whatever they had. It was a hand-to-hand combat. So as an infantry soldier, sir, what do you think is the equipment you need for the future? And especially considering that we know our vulnerable points are at high altitudes.
See, what is the need of the hour is the surveillance equipment. Our surveillance should be very strong so that we are not surprised as we were surprised during the Kargil war. Surveillance was not all that good. I'm sure now the things are different, and our surveillance capabilities along the border is improved, and quite a equipment has been, quite a number of equipment has been purchased, and we are quite aware of it. Secondly is the that the guy must have a good weapon. If his weapon doesn't fire when it is required to fire, he will his morale will be in his boots. So he must have the best of weapon, that he is confident of his weapon every time that he is given a task to achieve. And like you draw a parallel to the situation in Kargil, to the Galwan Valley, we are facing almost a similar situation, but the enemy is different, maybe the Chinese. We may have to, go in for such, operations. You never know what happens when. And to getting this book out as early as possible, so that whatever, lessons should be passed on to the next generation who has to fight a war on similar grounds and similar battlefield conditions, they don't commit mistakes again. That's why I, thank God, Prime Minister Modi, he declared lockdown, and we are all locked down in our own houses. And I used this time to write this book, and with the aim to bring it out before any action takes place in Galwan Valley. To that extent, I have succeeded.
Wonderful. I guess I was offline for a while, and I could sense that Manraj has asked a very valid, relevant question on the surprise part, and she also brought in this recent standoff in Ladakh. Sir, if I can ask you this question, I know that soldiers, after all, human beings, and they undergo roller coaster emotions, even when they are kind of leading the war effort. I have just two very small stories to recount of my emotional moment during the war. One was that when I was in Dras area, and I met Brigadier, at that time he was Colonel Khushal Thakur, who was commanding 18 Grenadiers. And they were the, among the first one, who had launched that thrust, trying to reach Tololing. So when I met him in his tent on the roadside, I could see that he was in tears. So I asked him that, why are you looking so distraught? He took me to the backside of his tent, and there lay a coffin of his second in command, Lieutenant Colonel Vishwanathan, who died in that first thrust. And he said, okay, oh, I lost my number 2. I mean, he was a general staff. So I am now arranging to send his body back to, I guess, Kerala. The second was I spent a night with the second Rajrif people. Again, they were on the roadside during Dras when that media contingent from Srinagar was conducted to Kargil. I was part of that. And so I peeled off a bit of enterprise, and I met Colonel Ravindranathan, who was CEO of Second Rajrif. So, he put us up with 3 young soldiers who had just, captured Tololing. They were Major Acharya, Lieutenant Kangaroos, and Lieutenant Bijan Thapar. So I remember they explained to me the detailed effort that went into capture of Tololing, and which is reflected in our story in India today. So then I had to pull back. I came to Chandigarh, and next day when I opened the newspaper, I found that all 3 soldiers with whom I had spent night, they had sacrificed their lives in the next operation. So these are 2 emotional moments which, I experienced during war. I remember, Vijayan's father called me up every time, there is anniversary to, he wants me to recount because I was the last journalist to meet Vijayan Thapar. So I would ask you that what were your emotional moment during the war?
Sir, the question, that you have asked me still haunts me. I mean, that, sadness of losing my men, one BCO 34, it's still etched deep in my mind. And it has become very difficult situation for me. And when the news about Anuj Nayyar came to me, I saw his death. It was very, very emotional. That boy was about to get married after 2 months, and he was already engaged. And my, emotions, I have that emotion that why I could not bring him back. And when I faced his parents after the war, before his death, it was very difficult for me to face them. And now I realize, when I send my troops with the dead bodies of the soldiers to the villages, I can understand how these boys would have, faced their family. For nobody can actually, feel that sadness which the parents or the wives or the sons, they feel. We can only sympathize with them. So my, one of the aims of this book is also, after the war which I covered, a chapter brings out very clearly that the nation as a whole and the society as a whole has a lot of responsibility towards the martyrs and their families, so that they are looked after well after their death. That is a message, a clear message in the chapters after the war, which I try to give.
Okay, if I can bring in Major General Amarjeet here. Sir, after Kargil war, we saw a couple of committees, being set up to investigate the war and what needs to be done to be better prepared so that, such incident don't happen again. Subramanian Committee, I know that they came out with an exhaustive report. A lot of recommendations were made. Many of those recommendations have been implemented. So my question to you, Major General Amarjeet, is that have the lessons learned from Kargil been institutionalized? You see now our armed forces better prepared to deal with any surprise element or to deal with, this suboptimal war. because a lot of military experts feel that you may not see a full-scale, full-fledged war, but such kind of localized conflicts, the possibility of that is always there. What do you think about lessons learned from Kargil experience?
Okay, I was somewhat involved in writing of the Kargil report under the GOM of ministers. So a small portion I was also involved in writing. Now, after so many years, most of the recommendations of the Kargil committee report have come into play, but they have come into play partly. They come into play by parts. They haven't come as a whole. And because they have come partly, they haven't synergized yet together. Everything has come into place. The fighting has come into place. The equipment has come into place. The border management has come into place. But in all this, what you see is there is no coordination at the level. Again, what has happened in Leh, and we say, okay, there was an intelligence failure. In Kargil also, you can say the intelligence failure. The main thing starts with the intelligence failure and the coordination that takes place. The trouble is the coordination of intelligence at the top level. The reports are there. They get compartmentalized, and they get compartmentalized with certain agencies. They don't want to share, or if they share, that gets lost. So at the level, it becomes a sort of a hodgepodge in the end when it comes down to the final assessment of that intelligence. So you see, in all those cases, we find that in the end, you can say, okay, we take the latest Ladakh issue, all right? In Ladakh issue, there's a problem between ITBP and the army. I mean, they are together there. They are together. They are one behind the other. They are 5 yards left and right. But the ITBP reports to the ITBP headquarters. From there, the report comes back to the army. So these kind of systems and these kind of coordinations are still to be put on ground. So yes, the Kargil committee report, most of it has come in. We've got the CDS also now, in whichever format it is there. But yes, hope the experience of the current CDS will keep on increasing, and we'll keep on refining the system. So I think that the lessons from the Kargil committee have been put into place. But what I must warn you is that you may learn any amount of lessons. In warfare, the enemy will always surprise you. There will be always something new. Historically, every war has started with a surprise. It had surprised with the longbow. It surprised you with the with the machine gun. It surprised you with the tank. It surprised you with the blitzkrieg. It surprised you with intelligence. So every time there's a surprise. So in the next war, if you say that the enemy has occupied this or occupied that, I won't be surprised, because there are so many things which are still not understood by us, and technology is evolving so fast that you will always find that there will be new fields, and you will have to keep on evolving. The old lessons may not work for the future war. So you got to keep your mind open and not say, okay, I put in my Kargil committee report, now that's in place, and now I will not be surprised. That is not the case. That is not the case. That lessons may be there, but there will always be new lessons. So you got to keep your mind open and keep studying the future battle. That is what happens in wartime. Those lessons are there, but there will be new lessons have got to be learned, and we have to keep our ears and eyes open to what the enemy is doing. So that, and I would say a slight amount of more coordination at the highest level, so that we are able to react in time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Major General Amarjeet. Munraj, do you have any thoughts on this? About the lessons of Kargil getting institutionalized?
Yeah, I think there are lessons for the media as Brigadier Bawa has pointed out. First is that it's very important to have a good, intelligent briefing, because we are all in the in the business of gathering news, and also there's a lot of one-upmanship. So it's a race for news. If you were to give us a good briefing, which unfortunately army doesn't believe in doing that, so then you will not have wrong news coming in. Because what happens is, if there is no centralized agency on behalf giving you information on behalf of the army, then you will get a lot of wrong or faulty reporting in the press, by television. A lot of, as Brigadier Bawa pointed out, kite flying will happen. But if the army makes sure that, this is the age of information, you cannot hide anything. If, for instance, during this Galwan Valley, we were getting bits and pieces and scraps from all over, and then there were people who had satellites, who were studying satellite imagery and telling us that, Chinese have intruded till here and so on. And Chinese machinery there, they were doing their own business of giving out false information, and that the number of casualties was highly exaggerated by the Chinese media. So it's very important, as Brigadier Bawa pointed out, that the army should give a proper briefing, and there should be a level of credibility to it. It should be very credible. And the media also has a responsibility, that people who are covering war, or even if it's a localized war, or the army or the Air Force, Navy, they should have a lot of background information. They should be able to understand that, for instance, minor difference between a captain and a colonel, you cannot interchange the two. And Brigadier Bawa pointed out how they said the road clearing operation was to be done by the EME. So all of that, it's very important for the media also to make sure that people who cover this have the background knowledge, have the depth of knowledge that is required to cover it. I think that's about it.
Can I add just a point about this thing? See, about the media which comes. First of all, covering war or covering operations like this is a very specialized kind of an ops. And if you think that the army is going to give you a detailed briefing, I do not think that will come to you. Because if you remember the Bombay action, 9/11 action, that kind of briefing or that kind of coverage was detrimental to the operations of the army. So if you think that the army is going to give you a detailed briefing and we're going to tell you what the operation is all about so that you can know, the journalists must not accept that. I mean, must not even accept that in that is going to come to them. So what I'm trying to say is that there should be certain war correspondence training to them. I mean, before they said, they must have been trained to war and they must exactly know that if the army is saying this, they are meaning this. Correct? Now, Brigadier Bawa's book is written very much in a military kind of a language. I understand it very well. But if the civilian will read it, he will understand it in a very different manner, because this book is written in a very military language. And now, since we've retired and come in that I can take two interpretations out of this book. One is totally out of the military, and one as a civilian, I'm reading it about bravery and about fighting and all those kinds of things. And second, as a military person, is about planning and about commanding the regiment, losing your men. So this is the kind of thing. So the journalist must have a certain background. And if you think that the army is going to totally brief you, give you a detailed briefing, don't accept it. It is not the correct way of asking the army to give out their detail to the journalist and say, okay, this is how it is open. The enemy will make use of all this, and this is not how the journalist should come up with it. And the journalist must exactly know that, look, if I'm going to write about this, will the army be compromised or not? There are a few lines you right, which totally demoralizes the army. We don't get demoralized very easy. But few things which we are emotional about, and you write badly about it, then that hits us, that demoralizes us. We don't mind losing casualties. We don't mind getting hurt. We don't mind shedding blood. But there are few things. You write badly about my regiments. Anyone writes badly about 17 Jat, And I am quite sure Brigadier Bawa will get more angry than anything else. So there are things which the journalist or the media must know. And if they have some kind of training to come before war correspondent come and that. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that don't expect the army or the military to give you a detailed briefing of what is going on. So there are things which are supposed to be told. There are things which are in the operational content which cannot be disclosed. So between this fine line, a journalist must know what the actual situation is. If he is aware of the situation, he will exactly know what to write and what not to write. So that kind of a training, if it comes, that's what is required. Even in Galwan, you are saying, okay, we fought with the sticks and barbed wire. That is not the case. At that point of time, there's a treaty signed by India and saying that we will not use weapons. The treaty is not. So the soldier was saying that you not use weapon. And in the heat of the moment, just standing in front of them, the heat of the moment, it happened in a street fight. The fight took place. Whatever was available, you fought with. So that is what it comes on. You must see what the situation is. So the situation is that what weapons you're carrying, that at that point of time, saying that you use clubs and you use this and that has to be reported in the correct manner. If it's reported in the correct manner, people will understand. Now, the way you're reporting it is that, okay, these soldiers didn't have weapons. That is not the correct picture. Everyone had weapons. We knew how to fire it. We were trained to fire it. Why we didn't use it? You must report that why we didn't use those weapons. Neither did China. I mean, those people also didn't use their weapons. So there is a case in point as what the case of reporting this is coming out to the civilians is that they didn't have weapons. They're using primitive weapons like dandas. That is not the case. So you must see what the civilian perception is going to come out to be. So that is what I would put the media would say that, okay, report the case as it is. But then you must understand the emotions of commanding officers like Bawa, that there are certain things which we believe as soldiers are very emotional. That is a flag, a battalion, the battalion procedures. Those things are very, 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 very dear to us. So that is what I was saying when media comes in.
So you are
Ramesh,
mute.
your mic is on mute. Okay.
Is it on now, I guess?
Yes.
Is it on now? All right. You made a very interesting and valid point, sir. Media has to act responsibly. And you said that, we need some kind of structured training. There is a war correspondent course, and I keep sending, young journalists for that. Media can be a force multiplier if it is used in a very responsible and calibrated manner. This is what we have seen during Kargil war. I was part of that, May 18 briefing, sir, at 15 Corps, which Brigadier Bawa has referred to in his book by Corps Commander Lieutenant General Krishan Pal, where he, completely underplayed what was happening in Kargil. At the same time, journalists were not being allowed to go beyond Sonavar. I remember talking to a senior police official the same evening in Srinagar. The word he used was that, they are not ordinary mujahideen. They are strung out on our heights like chicken pox. That's the word he used. So, there is, as Major General Amarjit says, there is a fine line here, as to how much can be revealed to journalists, what is important for nation to know, how that we don't reveal our tactical kind of, information which can help the army. Sir, we are now going to wrap it up. If you can, Brigadier Bawa, tell us what is the most important lesson for media from your book, your experience.
So actually the Kargil war was a, both learning for both the military and the media both. And because it's the first time the army was facing the media live in the war front, and the media was also covering the war, live at the location itself. So there were many lessons, like you have brought out very rightly. Media is a great force multiplier, and in this age of information warfare, media can play a very, very important role. If media and army, they both join hands with a single aim of raising the morale of the troops, raising the morale of the civilians who are supporting the battle, and raising the morale of the government forces. So all those, I don't say that media should not write anything bad about the armed forces or something. All those things could be done after the war, but during the war, full support of the media to the organizations which are fighting the battle should be there, and thereafter whatever postmortem has to be done should be done after the war. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Brigadier Baba, on a last note, I would say that your book is testimony to your courage and your creativity. It's a very nicely written book, in a racy thriller style. Once you start reading, you just can't put it down. I must congratulate you for this wonderful book, which I'm sure will be part of our military history. And thank you so much, Major General Amarjeet, for your very cogent, clear views on this subject that we have just discussed. And I'm grateful. Thank you to my colleague Manraj Garewal Sharma for her wonderful insight perspective that she brought to the subject. On a last line, I would encourage both of you, Brigadier Baba and Major General Amarjeet, to write for us. For Hindustan Times, you are welcome to write columns for us, to write piece that you feel strongly about national security, about military affairs. You are most welcome. More power to your pen. And on that note, thank you so much. I'm grateful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best to you, Brigadier Baba.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and dear lady. That was a very nice discussion on the book written by Brigadier Baba, and I think it carries a lot of meaning for all the people in the armed forces. Coming up with the Battle of Kohima, Lord Mountbatten said the Battle of Kohima will probably go down as one of the greatest battles in history. The world might have forgotten one of the World War II's most important battles, but the Battle of Kohima has much to teach us about how we remember the past. The Battle of Kohima has been referred to by the eminent authors as Stalingrad of the East. The British National Army Museum voted Battle of Imphal and Kohima as Britain's greatest battle. The battle proved the turning point to be the turning point of the Japanese Yugo offensive into India in 1944, during the Second World War of 1939-1945. The Kohima epitaph states the unforgettable words, "When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today." Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small audio visual for you.
was April 1944. In Europe, the Allies were mounting the final offensive against Nazi Germany. In Asia Pacific, one after the other, Malaya, Jakarta, Singapore, and Rangoon had fallen to the Japanese. Now Japan was planning to march into India and cut off Allied supply lines to China. To counter Japan's Pacific advance, a Southeast Asia command had been created under Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten.
Over these rugged mountains our planes go to carry the battle to the enemy. These airmen have been given the job of supporting our ground troops, who are blazing away with their machine guns at the enemy hidden in the hillside opposite. Field telephones are used to give information to the gunners of enemy movements spotted through periscopes. Armed with this information, the gunners blaze away.
The local Naga population, too, helped out considerably, providing information and intelligence about Japanese troop movements. On the Japanese side, there was General Renya Mutaguchi and his 15th Army. Under him were General Yamauchi, General Sato, and General Yamagita. And so, in a corner of northeastern India, beside the Burma and China border, several thousand soldiers and their war machines were marching towards a historic encounter. A battle that would play a decisive role in the amphitheater that was World War II. General Slim had been building up logistical bases and stockpiling supplies at Imphal and Dimapur for the last 18 months, planning the reconquest of Burma. He knew this was crucial to victory, as in that hostile jungle terrain, supplies were a critical issue. Also, with the superior Allied air power, he was confident of keeping supply lines intact. But there was overconfidence on both sides. The British were sure that because of the hostile terrain, the Japanese attacking forces would be small in numbers and easy to overcome. In this, they completely underestimated Japanese determination and endurance, as well as the INA's courage. And the Japanese, too, were no less overconfident. Very sure of their ability to defeat the Allied forces, they traveled light, carrying hardly any supplies, depending completely on their being able to capture British lines and use their stocks of food and equipment. A conscious strategy that had worked brilliantly for them in Singapore and Burma, but which the British were now aware of and prepared to counter. General Slim and his 14th Army began now compressing themselves into dense, impenetrable perimeters, presenting a steely defense. Now, all that remained was for time, supply problems, and distance to start taking their toll on the Japanese forces. To fully appreciate how the Japanese were able to fight so fiercely, so far from home, in alien territory, among a population that was often hostile to them, we need to understand the background these brave soldiers came from. Bushido, the way of the warrior, was the concept that ruled the hearts and minds of the Japanese. A code of chivalry that expected each Japanese soldier to fight unto death. Indeed, the families of the soldiers often conducted funeral rites for them before they even left Japan. In the midst of all these clashing ideals, in the impending maelstrom of war, these players marched towards what would later become known as the bravest, fiercest fought battle of World War II.
The attack is taken up by the infantry. The enemy has been forced to run and leave behind a vast array of equipment.
Positions were lost, recaptured, and then lost again. Defense perimeters began to shrink. Garrison Hill, including the tennis court, was only 350 square yards of territory. Trench after trench was filled with British and Indian dead. Yet the Allies clung on by sheer grit till reinforcements came. On 19th April, 1944, a few hundred ragged, exhausted, wounded, and dying British and Indian soldiers came down a hillside in Kohima. For 2 weeks, this small handful of soldiers had held off over 13,000 Japanese infantrymen to hold the line at Kohima. Their positions had now been taken over by reinforcements who had broken through the Japanese blockades to relieve them. The siege of Kohima was now over. Mountbatten was to describe this as probably the greatest battle in history, and in effect, the Battle of Burma, the British-Indian Thermopylae. It was the one stroke that decisively put victory on the side of the British. But the Battle of Kohima was far from over. Fighting went on for control of the various positions. The Japanese held on, in spite of heavy rain and severe food shortages. Finally, on 5th June, an outflanking flank attack at last forced the Japanese off the Aradura spur at Kohima and into retreat. After 64 days of fighting in mud, rain, fire, and blood, the Battle of Kohima had finally been won. The British 33rd Corps continued to push south, and on 22nd June, leading troops of the 2nd Division going southwards met the infantry troops of the Indian 5th Infantry Division advancing north from Imphal at milestone 109. The road to Imphal was now clear. The Allies followed the Japanese as they retreated through Burma. The Japanese and the INA had more than 30,000 dead and 23,000 seriously wounded out of more than 84,000 soldiers. The Allies had over 13,000 casualties. It is impossible to mention names of regiments, battalions, divisions, units, platoons. It is impossible to name each of the thousands of individual acts of unflinching heroism. But 1,387 graves, neatly lined in geometric rows on Garrison Hill in Kohima, quiet and undemanding, are a silent reminder of the terrible war that was fought on these hillsides.
Japanese, when they were in shortage of bullets, shortage of food, and shortage of many things, they had to go back. And the Britishers, when they came, 2nd Division, when they came, they were so glad to see the Japanese running back and retreat. They were happy. So with the help of Nagas, ran after, these Japanese people, and they were, vacated this Nagaland.
The Allies managed to defeat the Japanese in what was their greatest defeat in any land battle in their entire history. If it had not been for the Allied victory at Kohima and Imphal, the entire history of World War II would have been very, very different.
For this group of serving soldiers, visiting the battlefield 75 years on has left a deep impression.
They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old.
There's many stories since we've been here of how every single officer within that company have been killed. Therefore, senior NCOs, young junior NCOs have had to step up and actually take command of a large body of men. But if that's not inspiration, then I don't know what is.
Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn.
I can see the ground, I can see the scenario, I can imagine that how brave they were, how hard did they work, and how tough they were.
Three words that the Indians and the Nagas are using currently are remembrance, reconciliation, and rebirth. And I think that's very, very fitting for the occasion.
British, Indians, and the Japanese fought for their own cause. However, as the time has passed, the wounds have healed, and today all three are progressing in very friendly way.
Remembrance is more than looking backwards. War is not far away at any point in time. When politics breaks down, a war is perhaps a consequence. And remembering those that sacrificed their lives is one way of countries coming together to make sure that any crises and any problems are resolved peacefully.
That was indeed touching and very moving. Ladies and gentlemen, such tales exist in our country, in the history of our country. Coming up with Op Meghdut. The Siachen Glacier became a bone of contention following a vague demarcation of territories in the Karachi Agreement of July 1949, which did not exactly specify who had authority over the Siachen Glacier area. According to the agreement, NJ 9842 was the final and the last demarcated point where the borders would meet. Notably, when Pakistan gave permission to a Japanese expedition to scale an important peak, Remo, in 1984, it further fueled the suspicion of the Indian government of Pakistani attempts to legitimize their claim. Executed in the morning of 13th April 1984, this military operation was the first offensive of its kind. Operation preempted Pakistan's impending Operation Ababalil, which was intended to achieve the same objective as Operation Meghdut. This was a success, resulting in Indian forces gaining control over the Siachen Glacier in its entirety, where altitudes range from 16,000 feet to 21,000 feet, where the temperatures range from -30 to -50 degrees, where the air is bereft of oxygen. Our soldiers stand brave and tall, guarding the frozen frontiers of the nation. The highest battlefield of the world, the Siachen Glacier. Ladies and gentlemen, an audiovisual.
पेट में रोटी हाथ में सोटी चाल छोटी छोटी, पेट में रोटी हाथ में सोटी चाल छोटी छोटी, पेट में रोटी हाथ में सोटी चाल छोटी छोटी.
The Indian Army is the only army in the world which operates in such heavy snowbound areas round the year. To reach these places, high up in the northern borders, the men need to negotiate deadly crevasses and impossible ice walls, which require a different level of skill set. The ability to survive and operate effectively in extreme high-altitude terrain. In the depths of our soul, we find the courage to beat the unbeatable, to cross the uncrossable, to whiz past the wide wides and survive the sea of ice. We, the men of the Indian Army, overcome all obstacles with a smile. Operation Meghdoot was led to squash Pakistan's false claims over the Siachen Glacier once and for all. Pakistan erringly claimed ownership of the region starting from the NJ 9842 peak on the line of control up till the Karakoram Pass. However, India rightfully owned the area north of NJ 9842 peak up till Indira Call, with the Siachen Glacier well within its borders.
The Pakis occupied. Now, how do we get to know that the Pakis were also interested? Musharraf, in his book, The Line of Fire, said that the Indians preempted them. The very fact that he wrote to say that the Indians preempted them was an indication that they were wanting to come and occupy. We had these cheetah helicopters come to us, and before that we had done an aerial reconnaissance to see what it is all about. And it was decided that we would be heli landed.
We went all the way up to Indira Call, which is far ahead, turned back, we didn't see anybody on the ground. It was absolutely white. It was the glacier, hardly anybody had walked over it. And when we were coming back, we saw the expedition at what is now called Kumar Post. So we went and Skondida Monga did a tremendous landing at that glacier without skis. 2 people got in. I still remember very clearly. There were 2 people who got in, 1 officer and 1 Jawan. And now we were loaded, really loaded. And Skondida Monga, who had gone out, we had gone from 10,000 feet to almost 16,000 feet where we had landed.
Now, having taken the Soltoro Ridge on the 13th of April, that is Bellafondla, the weather packed up. The weather packed up around 12, and therefore all sorties to Siala were called off. With 30 of us, Major Sandhu, who was the company commander, I was the platoon commander of that platoon which was to occupy Bellafondla. Now, during the next 2 days, we had one of our boys who was again a part of me in 1983 die because of HAPO. The orders were very clear: don't open the radio set. We had no other option than to open the radio set and inform them that one of our boys no longer, so he needs to be pulled back. As soon as we opened the radio set, within no time, the Paki choppers were right opposite us. So now they were at Bellafondla, overlooking as to there seems some activity taking place. Who has come? Now, since then, and that was around the 17th of April, when all this was happening, the weather cleared up. And since the weather cleared up, the other pass, that was Siala, was occupied. Now we had both these passes in our control, both Bellafondla and Siala. And Pakis were now aware that the Indians have moved in. Siala occupied, Bellafondla occupied, Yongla was subsequently to be occupied by another Kumaon battalion called 19 Kumaon. They were told to occupy Yongla. Now, while this was going on, the Pakis, having discovered that the Indians have occupied, the race for the Soltoro Ridge started.
So the glacier is all white. It's beautiful. It is actually menacingly beautiful. It is tough for the Jawans who are there, and hats off to them the way they operate.
In the spring of 1984, the gallant Indian soldiers fought a nail.
प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से हवा, आगे दुश्मन है, ऊपर हवा है, और फिर क्या है, फिर दुश्मन के साथ डट के लड़ना भी है।
Naib Subedar Pana Singh was awarded the Paramveer Chakra, the highest wartime gallantry medal in India, for conspicuous bravery and leadership under the most adverse conditions. The peak he captured was renamed Pana Top in his honor. Guarding the high altitude borders against a sly adversary is a never-ending task. Day or night, our men of steel keep a strict vigil over the snowy and rocky terrain. And to keep them going, the Indian Army fights its very own battle of logistics. The brave hearts of the Indian forces negotiate these treacherous tracks and steep climbs, scale bottomless crevices, and waddle in waist-deep snow to make sure that the outposts at precarious locations are well supplied and ready to fight at all times. Air maintenance is the region's lifeline. From sending provisions to the middle of nowhere to leading rescue missions and transporting casualties to medical camps, the valorous helicopter pilots brave the deceptive terrain and unforgiving weather. Siachen, the world's highest and the most inhospitable battlefield, lies more than 21,000 feet above the sea level, with a bone-cracking temperature of minus 53 degrees centigrade. Yet, the extreme cold is just one of the perils of the glacial war zone. Sudden avalanches, snow blizzards, and lack of adequate oxygen put our gallant soldiers' will to test every single day. Living in thin air, cut off from the outer world, our soldiers show admirable mental alacrity and resilience, clinging on to sanity at such insane heights. For a common man, surviving a single day here can prove fatal. But for our unassailable soldiers, this is their karma bhumi.
Oh, what an interesting, exciting and evocative film that was. And coming up next is the legacy of the Gorkha soldier. The former Indian Army Chief of Staff, Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw, once said that if a man says that he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gorkha. With a blood-curdling Ayo Gorkhali war cry and wickedly curved kukris, the Gorkha soldiers have been sending shivers down the enemy's spines for centuries and have a reputation of being fearless soldiers. In India, the famous Gorkha Rifles have completed 200 years of soldiering. Their motto is, "It is better to die than to be a coward."
A small audiovisual on the Gorkha soldier.
बहादुरी का दूसरा नाम गोरखा है। एडोल्फ हिटलर ने कहा था, अगर मेरे पास गोरखा सैनिक होते तो मैं पूरी दुनिया को जीत लेता। निडर योद्धा होना गोरखाओं को विरासत में मिली है और यह बहादुरी हमारे खून में दौड़ती है।
Better to die than live like a coward, a motto that the brave men of the Gorkha Rifles live by. These men with calm faces have left a mark on the world. The stories of their courage and valor are both deadly and inspiring. Only a few regiments of the Indian Army can boast of more than a 200-year-old history. A journey which started from a small village in Nepal to winning battle honors around the world. The Gorkha Rifles has a legacy like no other.
Legacy of Gurkhas goes back to year mid 17th century, early to mid 17th century, and it all started from district Gurkha of Nepal. Now it is one of the districts of Nepal, where the King Prithvi Narayan Shah, who got blessings from Saint Baba Gorakhnath, which we are all familiar with. He blessed Prithvi Narayan Shah that he will be one of the supreme leaders and king of the region. So he was the first to bring Nepal under one umbrella. He conquered Nepal and then he expanded his kingdom towards Sikkim. He was right up to the banks of River Tista, and to the west he conquered up to Bilaspur till the banks of River Satluj. Subsequently, it was Maharaja Ranjit Singh, which is generally lesser known fact, that it was he who realized the potential and the soldierly qualities of the Gurkhas, and was that time he got the Gurkha boys recruited into his army. And also something of interest is that the soldiers of the Maharaja Ranjit Singh army, since the regiment was located at Lahore, were called Lahore. It was only later, somewhere in towards 1814 to 1815, when there was a conflict, there was an Anglo-Gurkha war.
In April 1814, the British declared a war on the Gorkhas. What unfolded at the Milan fort bears testimony to the never-say-die spirit of the Gorkha warriors. They were greatly outnumbered by the 7,000 British troops. 3,000 Gorkha warriors under the command of Amar Singh Thapa continued to wreak havoc among the British ranks. This is when the British took a serious note of the Gorkhas. After the war, the remnants of the forces which had put up such a gallant fight were brought under the British service as an irregular force. On 24th April 1815, the 1st Battalion of the Gorkha Regiment was raised as the Nasiri Regiment. Under British, the Gorkha regiments played a major role as part of the Commonwealth armies during both world wars, seeing action from Monte Cassino in the west to Rangoon in the east, and earning extensive battle honors. Around 100,000 Gurkhas fought in the First World War, 1914 to 1918. Gorkha battalions served at New Chapel, Luz, Givenchy, and Ypres on the Western Front, and in Mesopotamia, Persia, Palestine, and Gallipoli against the Turks. Gurkha regiments received hundreds of gallantry awards, including 3 Victoria Crosses. They also suffered over 20,000 casualties. Between the world wars, the regiment received battle honors for the Third Afghan War in 1919 and 2 for service on the Northwest Frontier, 1930 and 1936 to 39. During the Second World War, 1939 to 1945, over 110,000 men served in 40 Gurkha battalions in battles in the Western Desert, Italy, Greece, Malaya, Singapore, and Burma. Nearly 30,000 Gurkhas were killed or wounded. Following India's independence, India, Nepal and Great Britain signed a Britain-India-Nepal tripartite agreement in 1947. And of the total of 10 Gorkha regiments in the British Indian Army, 6 joined the Indian Army and 4 were transferred under British services.
Our strength lies in our strong ethos of regimentation. And it is our pride, honor, past history, which brings everybody together. And regimentation is far beyond the borders, boundaries, religion, caste. The strengths are actually understood by the soldier himself. So whenever it comes to what puts us together, what makes us fight together, die for the nation, is the regimentation.
The training process undergone by the Gorkha soldiers has been structured and derived for practical execution, which aims at ingraining alertness, eliminating unnecessary movements, minimizing fatigue, and being ready for action. Being trained in the Gorkha warrior spirit, it makes the best suited and well prepared for battlefield conditions.
They have conquered almost everything that came in their way. When there is a winning story behind you, it gives you a lot of pride, a lot of self-esteem. The roots are so strong, which has manifested into the kind of qualities they have imbibed. The traits which the Gorkha soldier has: loyalty, courage, simplicity, sense of humor, being to remain happy in any adverse situation. I think that is the biggest quality. Makes them best soldiers in the world. And they have proven that, not once, but many number of times.
Another aspect that is unique to the Gorkhas is the hat-felt Gorkha, which has become synonymous with Gorkha soldiers. It was first introduced into Gorkha regiments for field service wear. The hat went on to be worn by Gorkha units on the frontiers of India and in all the operational theatres during both world wars. Today it is worn by Gorkha units of the British and Indian Army, though it is no longer worn in the field and is now primarily confined to parades and ceremonial duties.
हमारे गोरखा रेजिमेंट में कई युद्ध नायक जैसे परमवीर चक्र कैप्टन गुरबचन सिंह सलारिया, महावीर चक्र लांस नायक रविलाल थापा आदि हुए हैं, जिन्होंने देश राष्ट्र के लिए पूरी वीरता और साहस के साथ लड़ाइयाँ लड़ी हैं और अनेकों योद्धाओं ने तो अपना सर्वोच्च बलिदान भी दिया है।
हमारे वीर योद्धाओं ने अपने अदम्य साहस, कर्तव्यनिष्ठ और वीरतापूर्ण कार्य से गोरखाओं को विश्व भर में एक अलग पहचान दिलाया था।
The Gorkha regiment under any command have been known to be the fiercest and most loyal fighters. They have fought the world over in major known campaigns and have been awarded the highest of wartime theatre and battle honors. As the nation attained independence, the Gorkha regiments have left their mark of bravery with exceptional stories of gallantry during war and peacetime, and the unique distinction of producing the first field marshal in the history of the Indian Army, the one and only Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw.
कायर होने से मरना बेहतर, एक गोरखा रेजिमेंट का मोटो है। मुझे गर्व है कि मैं ऐसे बटलाइन का हिस्सा हूँ। ऐसे योद्धाओं से प्रेरित होकर मुझे भी अपने राष्ट्र के लिए कुछ कर गुजरने की प्रेरणा मिलती है।
That was indeed a very, very
Inspiring.
inspiring, and I must say that these soldiers are some other breed to reckon with. I think the enemy would be the most scared if they had to fight a Gurkha regiment opposite them. Coming from that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the Rafale fighter aircrafts that have been in the news for a long, long time now. Nearly 4 years after India signed its intergovernmental agreement with France to procure 36 aircrafts. On the 29th of July 2020, the Indian skies roared with the sound of the jets, announcing the arrival of the first batch of the much-awaited aircrafts. Indeed, a proud moment for the country and our Air Force. We have a small audio-visual giving the technical support of the Rafale aircrafts.
On the onset of the Ladakh standoff, frequent Chinese incursions and border tensions with our neighboring countries, India inducts the twin-engine, most sophisticated fighter jet. On the historic day of 29 July 2020, the first 5 Indian Air Force Rafale arrived at the Air Force Station Ambala after the aircraft got airborne from Dassault Aviation Facility, Mérignac, France, on the morning of 27 July 2020. On an official announcement, the Indian Air Force deeply appreciated the proactive support provided by the French government to ensure timely delivery. The tanker support extended by French Air Force during the ferry was crucial in ensuring that the long-haul flight was accomplished successfully and in a time-bound manner. The aircraft would be part of 17 Squadron, the Golden Arrows, which was resurrected on 10 September 2019. The squadron was originally raised at Air Force Station Ambala on the 1st of October 1951. 17 Squadron has many firsts to its credit. In 1955, it was equipped with the first jet fighter, the legendary De Havilland Vampire. In August 1957, the squadron became the first to convert onto a swept-wing fighter, the Hawker Hunter. The Rafale fighter plane includes 3 single-seater and 2 twin-seater aircraft. Indian Air Force air crew and ground crew have undergone comprehensive training on the aircraft, including its highly advanced weapons system, and are fully operational now. Efforts are on to focus on operationalization of the aircraft at the earliest. Indian Air Force awaits the delivery of all 36 Rafale jets by 2021. The state-of-the-art 4.5 generation Rafale jet can reach almost double the speed of sound, with multi-role capabilities, including electronic warfare, air defense, ground support, and in-depth strikes. The Rafale lends air superiority to the Indian Air Force. While China's J-20 Chengdu jets are called fifth-generation combat jets, compared to 4.5 generation Rafale, the J-20 have no actual combat experience, whereas the Rafale is combat-proven, having been used by the French Air Force for its missions in Afghanistan, Libya, and Mali. It has also been used for missions in Central African Republic, Iraq, and Syria. Rafale can also carry more fuel and weapons than J-20. Each aircraft has 14 storage stations for weapons. The jets come with one of the most advanced Meteor air-to-air missiles. The 190 kg missile has a beyond visual range BVR of over 100 kilometers, traveling at a top speed of Mach 4. The F-16 jets used by Pakistan carry the AMRAAM missile, which has a BVR of 75 kilometers. Additionally, Rafale can also outperform Pakistan's F-16 in dogfights. The Rafale jets also come with Scalp, the air-to-ground cruise missile with a range of over 300 kilometers. It is a long-range deep strike missile. The Mica air-to-air missile on Rafale is for both close-quarter dogfights and for BVR. At the last minute, India has also asked for Hammer, highly agile and maneuverable munition extended range, which is an air-to-ground precision-guided missile produced by French conglomerate Safran and can be used against bunker-type hardened targets within the range of 70 kilometers.
I have no doubt that the aircraft capabilities combined with the commitment and zeal of the Golden Arrows would make a lethal combination. And I expect the Golden Arrows to intimidate and dominate whenever and wherever employed. Jai Hind.
Military aviation is undoubtedly the most strategic weapon today, both in terms of combat effectiveness and of critical technologies implemented. In modern warfare, air dominance from day one is a must, so that air-to-ground and air-to-sea operations can be conducted safely and efficiently.
Indeed, a proud moment for us Indians and the Indian Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to our next panel discussions, Chinese air power capabilities. Air power was not employed in the 1962 conflict with China, and varied opinions exist on the role that it could have played. China has operationalized its squadrons on the forward bases on the plateau in support of its ground forces. Will technological air power be more effective? Will technological air power be more effective in mountain warfare than conventional air power?
This panel of eminent speakers sets out to discuss the use of technology by the Chinese such as standoff weapons and drones in swarm operations to persecute low-cost assault, which present a real threat.
Therefore, countermeasures for air superiority, global integrated intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, rapid global mobility, global strike, command and control become more imperative. How are we equipped to handle this?
To discuss this, we have with us
Group Captain R.S. Chatwal. Group Captain Chatwal is a former senior fellow at the Center of Air Power Studies, New Delhi, and has authored the book, The Chinese Air Threat, Understanding the Reality. R.S. Chatwal has been the director of Army Institute of Technology, Joint Secretary in the Cabinet Secretariat, and is now an inspirational speaker and emotional healing guide.
Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam is an experienced fighter pilot with command, staff, and instructional experience. A PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies from the University of Madras, he is a prolific writer, strategic commentator, and military historian, and writes in the public domain for reputed journals, magazines, and newspapers. He is the author of 3 books, including the well-received India's Wars, A Military History, 1947 to 71. His other books are titled Reflections of an Air Warrior and Wider Horizons, Perspectives on National Security, Air Power and Leadership.
Dr. Ming-Shi Shen. Dr. Shen is currently Assistant Professor, Department of Strategic Studies, War College, National Defense University, Taiwan. He is also the Assistant Professor of International Affairs and Strategic Studies, Graduate School, Tamang University, Taiwan, and is teaching in the Department of Political Science, National Defense University, Taiwan.
And moderating the panel is Air Chief Marshal Birinder Singh Dhanoa, VSM, AVSM, YSM, VM, ADC. Birinder Singh Dhanoa was the 25th Chief of the Air Staff of the Indian Air Force and was also the Chairman Chiefs of Staff Committee, in addition to holding several key operational and administrative appointments in his 41 years in the Air Force. He is uniquely qualified to speak on the topic since he was commanding officer of the Frontline Ground Attack Fighter Squadron during the Kargil conflict in 1999.
Over to you, sir, for the panel discussion.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can everyone hear me?
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Shen?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
sir,
hear
I
me?
can. Chatwal?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, nice to have you here. And we have a panel discussion for about 1.5 hours on Chinese air power capabilities. Given the present military standoff in eastern Ladakh, the topic of Chinese air power capabilities assumes extreme importance to know what the PLAAF can do in the region. Should this standoff escalate, due to a misunderstanding, to a skirmish or a full-scale war? We all know the winters have set in, the snows have come, but the probability of a skirmish can never be ruled out. So we have to understand what is the role that the Chinese air power will play in such a situation. On paper, the People's Liberation Army Air Force has huge capabilities. Supported by a much larger economy, funding a defense budget almost 3 times of ours. This is the public defense budget, in which a lot of things have been hidden. As we speak, it has close to 1,500 fighters, out of which 800 of them are 4th generation. Limited number of 5th generation fighters have been deployed in terms of J-20 and J-31. It has completed the induction of the 24 Su-35 it was supposed to get from Russia and the S-400 batteries. It boasts of a strategic bomber in the form of H-6K, which is a derivative of the Tu-16, but has a 6 missiles of capability of 1,500 kilometers. The shortage of air-to-air refueling capability, which was a crippling factor in their case, has been made up. They are trying to make it up with indigenous Y-20 cargo aircraft being converted into an aerial refueler. It is deploying advanced AWACS in the form of a KJ-500. It owns a large fleet of UAVs, including stealth UAV, our delegation that had gone for the Zhuhai Air Show in substantiates this, 2016. It has got the largest force of advanced SAMs, I think, in the world, after the Russians. The rocket forces in support of the Western theater have a range to cover all Indian military targets that are deployed opposite them and also go into the hinterland. And this rocket force is supported by over-the-horizon targeting with a constellation of ISR Yaogan and position, navigation and timing constellation of Baidu's 2 and 3 satellites. It has developed its electronic warfare capability to counter the United States in its strategy of anti-access and area denial. So it is more than a match for our technological capability. But the bottom line is, how credible are these capabilities when we look across the Himalayan ranges in Tibet? And how much of this force can be brought to bear against us, given the present state of infrastructure in Tibet and Xinjiang? First of all, like an army SAND model, in case of this air battle, the effect of terrain has to be taken into consideration. It has an effect on aircraft operation due to altitude and the extreme cold temperatures in which these aircraft have to be serviced. It has an effect on targeting and weapon ballistics, especially because the adversary, that is us, for them, is likely to be dispersed. It has got serious issues on radar line of sight, resulting in very poor trans-frontier visibility. In fact, even if they have an AWACS up at say 30,000 feet over the Assam Valley, up to almost 2 kilometers, they have no visibility. It results in a very, very low reaction time. I mean, by the time our fighters cross across the mountains, they have a very low reaction time in their VAs and VPs to act against an ingressing force. And most important, air defense for them is critical. It's critical because they are likely to be on the offensive. The force that is on defensive is well dug in, it is dispersed, the ammunition is dug in, the FOL is dug in, the rations are dug in, they themselves are in strong points. It is the force that is on the offensive, which, from in the mountains can go up to, like the army says, almost 1:9, which is concentrated. And most important, their artillery support is one of the biggest vulnerabilities that they have got, especially above the tree line in Tibet. Next, we come to the infrastructure and airfields in Tibet and Xinjiang. As we see from open source satellite photographs, some hardened aircraft shelters are being made, but there are no large scale underground facilities that we see in mainland China to be presently existing in Tibet, except a tarmac that has come up in Konkazong next to a hillock, and we expect a tunnel to come out from somewhere there. Air bases do not support each other. If you look at our air bases and the way we are deployed, both in the northern front and in the western front, we have a diversionary airfield within, so many diversionary airfields within 100 to 200 kilometers. In their case, most of the airfields are 400, 450 kilometers. So the base gets bombed and the fighter has to return back to its own base. To divert, it has to carry a lot of fuel. If it has to carry a lot of fuel, that means the fuel that is available for its mission gets reduced. That affects both the loiter time and the radius of action of this aircraft. So the bases are not supporting each other. And most of their bases are very far from the front line. I'm talking of the fighter bases. Other than 3, most of them are civil airports. They may deploy fighters out there, but the very little infrastructure is present out there for them to support surge operations. We have seen in the Kargil war, when Skardu was bereft of any such hardened aircraft shelter and large-scale support facilities, how many aircraft were the Pakistanis putting in Skardu? At best 2 to 4. Because all those aircraft are vulnerable. If a retaliatory strike, they are facing the same kind of a situation out there. their main offensive potential is missile based. It is the old Soviet doctrine. In the old Soviet doctrine, the artillery and the rocket have got primacy. Like Stalin said, artillery is the god of war. It is that support that they count on. Aircraft is a secondary support, unlike Western Air Forces, where aircraft is the main support because of its flexibility and ability to deploy at short notice over large distances. So, multi-layered air defense SAMs are required because they have got very low early warning available. And bases supporting fighter operations are too far behind. Hotan is one base which is at, say, you can say, a much lower altitude which can support fighter operations, but it is very far from eastern Ladakh. And similarly, the two, Konkajong and Sighatse, also, though closer to the line of control, are not so effective because they don't have the requisite infrastructure to support large-scale fighter operations. Bottom line of a force that is relying mainly on a missile force. Just remember one thing, missiles are one-time use. After you have used them, they are gone. Unlike a fighter which will replenish, rearm and go back again. So if you can disperse, and he has got only an X number of missiles. And good that we have Dr. Shen's country on the other side so that he can't take all the missiles from there and bring them against us. Should you do that, I think they'll declare independence.
Yeah.
So that is one good counterbalance that we have got. So he can't get all his missiles against us. And if he can't get all his missiles, how many can he deploy against us? And if each missile has got a certain amount of CEP with the over the target requirement, how many does he need? Unlike them, we have got multitudes of bases. If you see from Leh, Thois and going all the way up to Chabua and Mohanbari, which are facing the Chinese forces in the north. So if you have a strategy of dispersing, your ability to absorb, most important, ability to recoup and then retaliate. Retaliate means you have to have a capability of being able to carry out all operations from dispersed locations. That includes weapon arming, turnaround, rectification. So ability to operate from dispersed locations ensures that his targeting is multiplied, problems are multiplied manifold. But he has some advantages. One is because he has got such a large force and he can put only X amount in Tibet. He's got replacement available for his attrition. Whatever he loses, he will bring it from behind. That includes SAM batteries. So this is a thing that we need to take into consideration, especially when you plan the SIAD and the DIAD campaign, that the loss in that particular sector is temporary because it will be filled up with the replacement coming from behind. Same goes for his loss of fighter aircraft. One of the reasons why we always say that you need the squadron strength, you need the squadron strength that because we also need deep pockets to replace our attrition. Otherwise, whatever attrition takes place on our side, we will not be able to replace it. Combat experience of PLAF is very, very sketchy. There is one bombing mission they carried out in the Korean War, on which a book has been written, Red Wings over Yalu. After that, there have been no offensive missions by the PLAF. And next is their ability to take casualties. This is not the same China that fought in Korea and almost fought in the similar manner with us in 1962. Affecting large-scale casualties, at times attacking without even adequate artillery support, having a low footprint on the ground because of the lesser amount of support required for a Chinese brigade or a division, but with massive human waves, taking in massive casualties. That is something which a developed China with the one-child policy cannot take. If that is so, the troops concentrated on the ground for an offensive are the most lucrative targets for an air campaign to deter or dissuade China from such a misadventure. I'm sure, without going more into detail, the panelists will expound on these issues. I was going to introduce the panelists, but they have already been introduced. All that I can say, I will just add a few things. That Dr. Ming-Chi Shen comes from a country that is right across the Taiwan Straits, a distance about 130 odd kilometers from the Chinese, with their forward islands being as low as 20 to 30 kilometers from them. The biggest advantage that country has as compared to us, because they observe the PLAF and the plan and the PLA on the show window. In our case, unfortunately, there's the Himalayan mountains in between. So whenever your reconnaissance asset is above the Himalayan mountain trying to observe them, their activity is near zero. Whereas in case of the Republic of China, they can see them 24/7, 365 days a year. So they have the same ethnicity. Most important, they know how do they think. This, like it is like us and the Pakistanis. They are as with them, like they are as good to them as what they know how they are going to think. They know what is their psyche. They know what is, what will deter, what will dissuade, or what they will achieve at irrespective of the cost. That I think is a big learning experience that we need to gain from the Republic of China. Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subbu has been correctly introduced. He's one of the rare Air Force pilots who writes books. Most people with tremendous war experience have not been able to pen it down. But he has authored 2 books which have got, you can say, international acclaim. India's War, the Military History, 47 to 71. And the newly released sequel, Full Spectrum, India's War, 72 to 2020. He's had international exposure, teaching, lecturing in the Naval War College, including Harvard, MIT, Georgetown University, Oxford, Carnegie Endowment, and the International Institute of Strategic Studies. His current focus is on contemporary Indian military history from a joint perspective of air power in integrated operations and the India-China military historical relationship. I think that is very, very relevant. That his current study that he brings to this panel discussion. Group Captain Chatwal, Anka Chatwal, as we knew him in the Air Force, is an ex-Air Force, ex-NDA officer, a fighter controller, Category A, commanded a radar unit in our western sector. And he is, I think, the best person to explain to you as to how line of sight plays merry hell into radar warning and building a situational awareness in an integrated air defense system. He has authored the book, Chinese Air Threat, Understanding the Reality, when he was the senior fellow at Center for Air Power Studies, a book that has been widely quoted, including the Harvard study on India-China military capability. Now he is doing his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University. And his subject is a study of China's Air Force and PLA rocket force and the implications for India, which I think is very, very apt for today's discussion. With this very eminent set of personality to discuss Chinese air power capabilities, I would request Dr. Shen to give his perspective on the subject first, followed by AVM Subramaniam, who will cover the strategic aspects of the use of air power in the region. Then Group Captain Chatwal will analyze exactly how credible is this military threat that we make across the Himalayan mountains, so that is he 6 feet or is he 10 feet tall? I would request all of you to kindly restrict your talk to about 20 odd minutes so that we can give some time for question and answers thereafter. Thank you. Dr. Shen, up to you.
Okay. This is my pleasure and honor to join this year's military festival, literature festival. Also, because recently I joined many webinar from Taiwan and Japan, Taiwan and Korea. This is the first time with India, especially talking about my institute issued about PRA. We know that in 2020, because of the COVID-19 epidemic, we can see that the military training, including Army, Navy, and Air Force, is reduced compared than 2019. So I collect, because it's very difficult to collect the information about the PRA training, because PRA passed the regulation to keep the secret about the military activity. So I collect the Air Force training activity from open resource. I divided from January to April, and May to August, and September to December. Can you show my slide from this channel? No? Okay, it's okay.
Share your screen. You can share your screen, you will be able to show your slide.
It's okay. It's okay. I talk by myself. We can see that the Air Force training from January to April, because we can see it only focused around Taiwan, Taiwan Strait of South China Sea. In January 23rd, PRA sent KJ-500 and H-6 fly through the Bashi Channel. The Bashi Channel is the strait between Taiwan and Philippines. This is the first one. The first one training in January 23rd. And February 9, PRA also sent J-11, KJ-500, and H-6, the bomber, take the long distance voyage through also the Bashi Channel, the Bashi Strait. And 10 February also H-6, the bomber. And February 28 also H-6 bomber. And March 13 is KJ-500 and the J-11. And the first time to keep to destroy our ADIZ in the southwest of Taiwan, ADIZ. And April 10 also sent H-6, KJ-500, and J-11. So you can see the model, system to system. The PRA started training of one bomber and one KJ-500 early warning airplane, and the J-11, different type of airplane to take a joint operation. One H-6 is to destroy, to throw the bomb, and the J-11 protect the H-6, and the KJ-500 is collecting the electronic information from the ground. And from May to August, in May 6, also H-6, and May 9, PRA fly the brigade near the Shijiazhuang in the Flight Academy to start the training of the tactical flight. And June 1st, a brigade of Shijiazhuang Flight Academy complete the from air to attack the ground and sea mission. And we also can see that from June 15, PRA Air Force Base finished that from day to night the flight training, the whole day, not only in the day or not only in the night, from day to night. And also in 15 June, because the PRA have a Teach 8, K8, live firing and bombing training. And we see that PRA in a newer training, they have different object, they have different training. The so-called Golden Dart 2020, it's for the H-6. Golden Dart is the bomber attack the ground or the top object on the ground or on the sea. We can see in August 26, they finished this competition, contest. And so from this training, we can see some outside implication. We can see because this year, including the COVID-19 and including the US-China confrontation. And then in August, you can see many PRA flight near the Taiwan because US sent some high-level official visit Taiwan, and then he showed his Air Force capability. And this action is a warning of US-Taiwan relations and try to make a nullification of the central line of Taiwan Strait and the Taiwan ADIZ. And we can see they aided the practice of the PRA for reunification and show his military muscle and deter Taiwan independence and send a signal to United States, but not try to make him conflict with the United States. And also show the military muscle and capability to Taiwan, and also make some disinformation and fake news to Taiwan. Because in September, there are news that PRA sent their H-6 and J-11 to attack Guam, but used the picture from the Hollywood movie to show Taiwan. But we think there's disinformation. Maybe he sent H-6 and J-11 exercise near Guam, but not the effect, just like the Hollywood movie. And also because Taiwan in August and September, we test our new air defense system, TK3. So PRA also sent their plan to test Taiwan new air defense system, TK3. And I can conclude that because of the reduction in the China Air Force training activity, it's because of the confidentiality of the information. So it is impossible to fully see the total impact or event of the PRA Air Force training. However, according to the official media report, the routine flight training of the Air Force training unit in various seats is still normal. Low level is normal. The big unit or the flight brigade confrontation training is reduced. However, during the August to October period, because of the US presidential election and the United States has shown its military strength against China, so China must not show weakness, especially to the United States. So the strategic bomber or reconnaissance plan approached the China neighbor airspace from US. So PRA Air Force also countered. And part of the routine flight training focus on specific strategic goal, such as the central line of Taiwan Strait, Woody Island in South China Sea, and near Guam, the flight object. In principle, it's confirmed to the principle from the Xi Jinping: fight where the battle is and train wherever fight is. Also, China had the fifth generation fighter, just like J-20, the stealth fighter. But compared with the same generation fighter of the United States, I think there's still a gap there in combat power, especially the joint flight between a different type of aircraft or the joint air-to-ground or air-sea operation cannot be seen that from 2020 China Air Force training because it's a reduction. Because in its seat command, now only around 7 J-20. So he cannot organize a big training of J-20, only to show a small system to system. Of course, China is currently experiencing delay in the technology of manufacturing the large aircraft, and even the production of the civilian plane C919 has been affected, resulting a shortage of PLA large aircraft. Even large aircraft lacking a independent innovation as a fuel tanker, transport aircraft, and equipment maintenance accompanying transport aircraft, and early warning command aircraft and electronic warfare aircraft, etc., cannot meet the need of the future remote and high-intensity PLA operation. The more important issue is that the China has too few bomber and fighter bomber to support China transformation from a purely air defense type to an offensive and defensive strategic air force. In the future, it must develop fighter bomber and bomber to make the ratio of air combat aircraft to multi-purpose aircraft at least. The China Air Force can only operate in the airspace when the second island China in the Pacific Ocean. If it wants to break through to the target to 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers away, the development of a new bomber or the new tanker is still insufficient. In particular, the China's combat aircraft instills, just like J-20, supersonic cruise and remote firepower are still far behind the United States in military technology. In 2020, due to the epidemic and replacement, because some aviation brigade or aviation regiment now is replacing the airplane. So it needs some basic training because the new airplane. So the scale and the extent of training is not high, but when all aviation brigade have received a new force or even the 5th generation fighter, bomber, and heavy transport aircraft are in place one after another. So after that, the training will no longer be a single aviation brigade or single theater exercise. A joint operation will be carried out based modular training and conducted by the Air Force, not only conducted by the theater command Air Force. An air support operation in modular formation will be the main model in the future. We also can see in the command in Fuzhou base and in the Shanghai base can command the fighter or bomber from another theater command Air Force due to the operation need of the East China Sea or Taiwan Strait or South China Sea. Similarly, in the West Theater Command, Urumqi or Lhasa base in the West Theater Command can also combine another plane, bomber or fighter from another theater command for the need of the India-China border operation. So you take the very serious to observe that airplane in the Lhasa, because not the routine airplane or brigade in the Lhasa, but he can transfer another brigade from another theater command to the Lhasa base. The future air combat is not conducted with the garrison or the certain unit, but it is combined with the combat mission requirement. When the Air Force basic training is completed, similar system confrontation or multi-aircraft combination mission training will increase in the future. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Arjun?
Air Chief Marshal Dhanwa, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be speaking at the MILFest this year. And as the chair mentioned, I will be offering some thoughts on an Indian Air Force and PLAF matchup and sticking to the big picture when it comes to the employment of air power in an India-China conflict scenario. And I would like to state upfront that the views I express are entirely my own and do not reflect the views of the Indian Air Force. Now, in my assessment, any future India-China conflict will be a limited and high-intensity conflict, limited both in time and space, and largely in high-altitude areas, with only a marginal possibility of a spillover into the maritime domain. Now, there is a high probability that both air forces will stay away from attacking military targets that are embedded in densely populated urban or semi-urban areas. What this means is that looking at complete force-on-force level comparisons, or the entire list of disruptive technologies and force enablers that supposedly the PLAF has gathered together over the last few years, as a benchmark to predict operational outcomes, is a completely flawed way of looking at things. What is also likely is that any conflict will not commence from T0, but will be preceded by a period of saber rattling, transgressions, and all measures short of war, thereby subscribing to Sun Tzu's proposition of attempting to win without fighting. It is only when these fail will both countries, or whichever is the aggressor, resort to calibrated military action. Now, as the Air Chief Marshal mentioned, unlike 1962, where thousands of PLA troops swarmed down the Himalayan slopes in the eastern sectors and into Ladakh, literally across the entire line of actual control, barring a few areas, this time around, I think no such thing will happen, because I think every thrust will be met with significant friction and attrition on the ground, and both of which lie in the unfamiliar zone for the People's Liberation Army of today. But if you look at it, does not lie in the gray zone for India's armed forces. So what I'm getting at is that the effectiveness of the employment of air power involving the Indian Air Force and the PLAF will depend on which force is best suited and adapts to limited conflict in a high altitude battlefield. Now, even if the conflict spills over to the maritime domain, the deciding factor actually will be the kind of training and interoperability that exists in the execution of maritime air operations involving both naval air assets or a combination of naval and Indian Air Force air assets. And many of you informed observers will know that over the last decade or so, the extent or the amount of interoperability that has been put into place between the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force is precisely caters for a situation of a maritime escalation. Let me now move on to the importance of air power through the lens of its operational criticality in any limited conflict. Even at the cost of repetition, with force levels on the ground on an even keel, there will be tremendous amount of ground friction. And actually movement on the ground as a result of force-on-force engagements will be barely, not even a couple of kilometers in case of a best-case scenario. So therefore, very few tangible outcomes can be expected from a force-on-force engagement in case any one of the sides wants to change status quo. Outcomes, therefore, are likely to be driven by air power, with a few disruptive technologies like electronic warfare, cyber, unmanned aerial vehicles, and space-based capabilities emerging as important factors. And please mark my words when I say here important, and not anything that requires us to hyperventilate about the prospects of IAF assets and capabilities being overwhelmed by the PLAF's asymmetric advantage in these realms, be it through huge rocket force attacks from the PLA rocket forces, or the suggested swarm of drones that seems to have suddenly appeared in the PLAF inventory. Now, it would be foolish to assume that if the Indian Air Force has the intelligence that a large number of J-7 aircraft or MiG-21 equivalents have moved to Hotan, which is the closest airfield to eastern Ladakh, one of the roles that we can be rest assured they will be used in is like a swarm, while the 4.5 generation or the 5th generation aircraft attack value targets. I mean to say, this is not something this is something that one needs to worry about, but a professional Air Force need not be alarmed about it. I have tracked the phenomenal growth of the PLAF over the years, and Grupi Chatwal will bring out the fine print in the next presentation. But I've also seen the IAF strive to maintain its qualitative edge in several areas. In several areas, I believe it still enjoys a significant advantage. And among them are aerial combat capability in a network-centric environment, conventional and standoff delivery of munitions, attack helicopter and special forces operations, and both intra and inter-theater mobility operations. By exercising and learning from the best peer air forces in the world, the IAF has emerged as a force that quickly absorbs best practices and adapts them to Indian conditions, whatever be the pedigree or the origin of the equipment be. The PLAF too has moved fast, no doubt. And consequent to its frequent exercises with Pakistan, probably Turkey, and a few other friendly air forces, it is moving away from archaic Soviet concepts that used to rely on close control to a more diffused concept of distributed control. Keeping with the tenets again of Sun Tzu, of not pitting strength against strength, the PLAF has not attempted to match its principal adversary, the United States, in areas where the latter is far ahead. But it has gone ahead and developed asymmetric capabilities that can degrade an adversary's advantage through the fog of war. And that is what many, many commentators are cautioning the Indian Air Force to watch out for. While many of these capabilities, like the swarm of drones, surface-to-surface missiles, and components of the anti-access area denial system or cyber disruption, are of concern. But here again, what we need to remember is that several of them remain in the realm of technology demonstrators and form a long inventory of coercive capabilities that the PLA often showcases to the world well before they are fully operational. I'm sure both the IAF and the PLAF would be examining the use of disruptive technology in the Armenia and Azerbaijan conflict. Now, drone swarms can be effective at lower altitudes or in the plains. But at altitudes of 15,000 feet and above, where targets are masked by terrain, how effective will they be is anybody's guess. It's a question mark. While there can be no denying the progress in all niche areas of military aviation in China, a couple of practical happenings are instructive for those who wish to investigate further. Why is it that most countries which buy Chinese aircraft retrofit them with Martin Baker ejection seats? As compared to that, the Indian Air Force did not replace ejection seat on all its MiG variants that came in from the Soviet Union. Why is it that the Pakistan Air Force is scouting around in Italy and Spain for AESA radars and electronic warfare equipment when the same is available with China? I think the answer is absolutely clear, and Professor Shen mentioned about it, about Chinese challenges with quality and technology. Now let's talk about this bogey that seems to be occupying our mind space, and that is network-centric warfare. Yes, there is need for far greater network centricity in the Indian Armed Forces, and we are heading towards it. Things like the operational data link and the others are around the corner. But what it also means, if one looks at it from a contrarian approach, is greater the network centricity, far greater will be also the vulnerabilities. So what I'm suggesting is that we must look at a combination of both central and diffuse networks, coupled with some completely unnetworked fighting elements that can operate in the presence of heavy disruption. And this will be actually a game changer in a limited conflict. So my proposition is, let's not be overawed by the 10 feet tall assessments that are coming in about the PLAF. There is an asymmetry. There is cause for the Indian Air Force to be concerned and to move forward speedily to reduce those asymmetries. But if there is one thing that requires tremendous amount of attention, it would be to reduce the space-based asymmetry that exists. And what the space-based asymmetry has resulted in is that it provides the People's Liberation Army Air Force a persistent stare over its areas of interest, as against the Indian situation of infrequent stare that causes frequent updating, and the possibility of having to rely on other resources to create a persistent stay capabilities, which is UAVs and fixed wing platforms, which the Chinese can comfortably keep out of the matrix and save for other tactical tasks. It is my belief, and I think I'm only reaffirming what Air Chief Marshal Dhanwa mentioned, is that IAF assets, that should IAF assets, platforms, operating bases and networks survive a first strike in the event of India sticking to its predominantly deterrent posture, it will be well poised to offer a befitting riposte that will cause significant attrition to the PLA's combat capability, even with the existence of a robust PLAF air defense network that is potent and multi-layered. Now, here is my contrarian view, that should the Indian Air Force buck the historical trend and attempt to seize the initiative early on, the gains will be exponential in a limited conflict with unimaginable operational gains of shaping the outcomes. The IAF will suffer attrition that will be manageable in a limited conflict across one or two enclaves. Mark my words, I'm not talking about one or two fronts. And contribute significantly in what I believe will be a final operational stalemate, but replacements are extremely important. Let me wind up with looking a little bit at the present. Now, 2 generations of war fighters in the People's Liberation Army have not suffered attrition. And that is likely to be an intangible that will impact final outcomes. Never has so much load and so many personnel been flown into Ladakh by the Indian Air Force over the last few months, not even in 1962. The skies over Ladakh now reverberate by day and night with the sound of Sukhois, MiG-29s, Rafales, C-17s, C-130s, Chinooks, and Apaches as Leh emerges as among the busiest Indian Air Force airfields. Special Forces training with aviation elements is in full swing and bears testimony to the improving synergy between the two services that we should be built upon to better integration. Now, by unshackling the Indian Air Force and freeing it to operate in strength in Ladakh, it is my belief that the Indian government has shown intent that goes far beyond troop deployments. And I think finally recognize the potential of both the enabling and decisive characteristics of air power in any future limited conflict scenario. However, I will end with a word of caution. The IAF has certainly been pushed a little onto the back foot by an aggressive PLAF with its enabling and disruptive capabilities. But this is posturing and not outcome-based. There is much room for the IAF to nullify many of these disruptive strategies that the PLAF is showcasing, but only if it gets its fighter inventories right, its electronic warfare capability improved, and the long-awaited multi-layered air defense capability, right, that includes everything from the S-400 to the MR-SAM, to the SR-SAM, to close-in weapon systems and loitering air defense fighters that can actually take down drones. The first 48 hours will determine whether the Indian Air Force will be a decisive factor in a limited India-China conflict. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've had my say and hand over to Rupi Chatwal.
Chatwal.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in a very august company. It's distinguished writers, the former Air Chief, and Dr. Meng Chishen from Taiwan. Luckily for me, many of the points have already been covered. However, I'll just firstly give a perception which seems to be already there, and Subbu has already mentioned it, that the myth, that China has got a large PLA, huge force, and they've got so many numbers and this, that. But can those numbers, let's say those number of aircraft, what the AG said, 1,500 aircraft, can 1,500 aircraft be deployed against India? They cannot. See, if China has to launch a campaign against India, it is not just that a few aircraft take off from the Tibetan airfield, high altitude airfield, and they are shown on CCTV and they do their information warfare. It is not good enough. Those aircraft have to come, deploy within about distance of close to the border, about 200, 300 kilometers. Now, here is where as is mentioned already, China has limitations. The PLAF has limitations in launching an air campaign against India. Firstly, they have only limited number of airfields in Tibet. You can count them. Hotan, Konka Dizong already been mentioned. Konka Dizong is the Lhasa airfield, and hoping is to the west of that. And then Lindsay is close to the Arunachal Pradesh border, Pangta. And these are all high altitude airfields, above more than 3.5 kilometers, except for Lindsay. Lindsay is about 3,000. Then there is Gargansa on the Ladakh side, eastern Ladakh. You have opposite eastern Ladakh, you have Gargansa, which is a high altitude airfield. Now, what China has done, they have extended the length of the runways of these high altitude airfields. To some extent, yes, they will mitigate the effects of high altitude, but high altitude limitations will still remain. Then there is Hotan and Kashgar and Xinjiang. Now, those airfields are far away. And as another thing which Chief has already mentioned, in fighter operations, airfields, to launch a campaign, you have to have deployments where airfields mutually support each other. Just in case an aircraft has to divert, he should have a diversion somewhere nearby, within 100, 200 kilometers, not 550 kilometers. Now, Gargunsa, opposite eastern Ladakh, is a single airfield there. There is no mutual support airfield there. The nearest airfield, Hotan, is 550 kilometers. Then Hotan to Kashgar. Kashgar is another 450 kilometers from Hotan. So, and Korla is the third airfield, military airfield there, which is far away. Distance from Hotan to Korla is about 750 kilometers. Now, you imagine a situation where if Gargunsa is denied by the Indian Air Force, there will be a gap of 1,500 kilometers between Hoping, that is Chegatte airfield, and Hotan. Now, can the PLAF support a ground offensive in such a case? Probably PLAF plans to launch their offensive maybe entirely based on surface-to-air missile defenses. Now, with, of the SAM long-range SAM class and other missiles that they've got, HQ-16, and those missiles. Now, in mountains, as has been mentioned already by the Air Chief, air defense will be severely limited due to line of sight limitations. The laws of physics are common for everyone, common for the Chinese Air Force, PLAF, and common for the Indian Air Force. The S-400 class of missiles, they may be long range, they may be having a 400 kilometers maximum range, but you cannot achieve that in mountains, firstly. And secondly, the universal tactic against these missiles is go at low level, and you'll be outside their missile envelope. If you are just flying at 500 meters height, you will, the S-400, earliest they can shoot you down is at 90 kilometers. So from you launch standoff weapons like the Rafale, which is equipped with hammer missiles and scalp missiles, you can launch a standoff attack against those missile sites. So it's not that China has got huge numbers and they can do they are 10 feet tall, as Subbu has already mentioned. That myth needs to be, we need to get out of that myth. Now, see, another thing which has already been again mentioned, now to launch fighter operations, they have to be parked in a safe blast protected shelter, either in underground tunnels or with concrete blast proof shelters. Now, the Chinese airfields, which I've mentioned, most they do not have these blast fans. Except now they've built in Kongkatong for 36 aircraft. There's no confirmation about that, but this is what the press report was in the media. Now, 36 aircraft. What about the rest? Does Hoping have? Hotan has got a blast fence for just about two or 4 aircraft. And China is building up that infrastructure. Now, this is something which Indian Air Force will have to observe. How are they developing and what are the developments taking place in Tibet? And now there have also been media reports that China is planning to build 3 more airfields in Tibet. These are at one is at Shannan, opposite Arunachal. Then there is one at Burang, which is on the tri-junction of the India-Nepal-Tibet tri-junction. And Shigatse, Hoping airfield is already there. Probably they are coming out with another heliport for helicopter operations. Now, once this airfield on the tri-junction of India-Nepal-Tibet comes up, Burang, then Gargunsa will have a diversionary airfield closer to that. So the targeting for the Indian Air Force will then increase from 1 to 2. Both these will have to be knocked off to get a gap there. Okay. Then yes. See now another point which is there about the J-20. The stealth capabilities of J-20 are not proven. It is claimed to be a 5th generation aircraft, but it has got its limitations. Now, a stealth aircraft, for any stealth aircraft, you see the F-22, the F-35, the Su-57 of the Russians, none of them have got canards. Canards are moving planes which give the aircraft maneuverability. But at the same time, they're exposing the aircraft. Your RCS is increasing. Now, J-20 has been equipped with, fitted with, designed with canards, frontal canards. So that is another limitation. Now, J-20, from the aerodynamic shaping and all, you can make out that it has got frontal stealth, but it does not have stealth from the rear. There are problems from the rear, and rear visibility is much better. And any stealth aircraft, you approach it from the sides, from the beam quarters. It will not have this stealth capability which it has in the frontal quarters. And in the frontal quarters also, stealth capability is on X band, not on all radar frequencies. So for J-20, to counter the J-20, as has been mentioned in the media already, once now that we have the Rafale, Rafale has got a much better capability to intercept the J-20 class of aircraft. This Rafale has got super cruise capability, whereas the J-20 with its present engine does not have super cruise. Now, once the Chinese develop the aero engines for that, they're planning to develop the WS-15, then in the coming years, maybe then it will have super cruise capability. So the asymmetry between India and China, you take that top line fighter, that is the J-20, and the top line fighter of the Indian Air Force, Rafale, the asymmetry remains in front with the Indian Air Force. Now, the advantage of the super cruise capability, see, to intercept any aircraft, as all of you, this August audience is aware, you need a 1:1.2 speed ratio. Any fighter pilot will be knowing about that. And now the J-20 can easily be caught by the Rafale with a 1:1.2 speed ratio approaching from the beam quarters. Okay, now another point. Yes, I just have about a few minutes more. Tankers has already been mentioned. Yes, they have a limitation of tankers. Now, this is something which we will have to keep in mind when China, as has been mentioned, is developing a new transport aircraft, the Y-20, which is already in production. It is entered service, and in the coming years, you will see it in the tanker role. Once China gets the Y-20 in the tanker role in sufficient numbers, that is the time when they will have a tremendous, they will get an advantage in the sense that they can operate from airfields in the rare areas and to do air-to-air refueling. This is something which Indian Air Force planners will have to keep in mind in the coming years. And now, yes, I'll just make a brief mention about the rocket force threat from the rocket force, as has been already mentioned. Now, to the missiles, as it is not just that you fire 2 missiles at a target and that's the end of it. You have to do all the calculations and all to keep one airfield down for 24 hours. PLAF will require a number of missiles, close to roughly, I can say offhand, around at least 60 to 80 conventional missiles will be required to knock off one airfield. Now, our advantage is we are all our airfields are firstly in the plains. Secondly, we have got a large number of airfields, and as has been mentioned, we will be the best thing to do is to disperse. And this has been demonstrated during exercise Gagan Shakti, as most of you will be aware, when Indian Air Force operated from diverse locations. They not only operated, maintained, armed the aircraft from the locations. So you create a targeting problem for the enemy, missile force, and as you all know, it is a single shot weapon. Once it's fired, that's the end of it. So the missile, although missiles pose a threat to us, they cannot incapacitate us. They cannot incapacitate Indian Air Force operations because we have got a large number of airfields, and the plan is, as is known, to absorb, recuperate, and retaliate. That retaliation capability is what we need to have, and for that, what we need is persistent ISR. These are the areas which we need to look into. ISR capability should be persistent to locate the missile soil. Once the location is known, then the attack aircraft can easily aim for them and go for the destruction. Then the last point which I want to make is regarding the numbers. What India needs to think about is we have to build up our number strength. The present strength needs to be built up. We cannot let this strength keep going further down and cater for all contingencies, either with China or with, on the other side with Pakistan. So with that, I'll come to the end. And, I'll hand you over back to the chief chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We have finished our part more or less on time. There are a few questions. There's a first question is from a gentleman by the name of Atul Kochar. With advancement in technology and future developments, why do we need to still hold the heights in Siachen? I don't think this is relevant, but the fact remains, Now, when you do the first joint course in your service career, you do it from staff college. That is the first joint course you do. And the first thing that you learn in staff college is the army teaches you that if you have an obstacle and you don't cover it with fire, it's no longer an obstacle. Enemy will either remove it or he'll negotiate around it. The fact is you have to have troops. That is the reason you can hold it. You can't hold it by air power. No. But because you have troops, whether it is in Siachen or you have in the mountains in strong points in eastern Ladakh, enemy has to concentrate and come en masse. And then when he concentrates and comes en masse, that is the target on which you affect attrition, and Air Force does it best. It is not that by no means, I'm sure other two colleagues of mine will agree with me, that are we suggesting that technology and Air Force can do away with troops on the ground? No, it is not. It supplements and augments. And they, of course, because they are holding the obstacle with fire, they will cause attrition on the enemy. And we will cause attrition. And China, I'm sure Dr. Shane will agree with me, attrition of manpower, especially soldiers, large number of body bags coming back, is something that the Chinese state, in the current condition, it will not be able to take, like it did in, say, 62 or in the Korean War. And second is that second question from the same gentleman is, do we need external support to coin a war if it happens versus China? To what extent do we rely on external support for the war effort it happens, and what is the nature of the support? Subbu, can you take this on?
I'll take this on. Well, I think this is something that a lot of people are curious about, and my sense is that other than enabling support from partners, from strategic partners, I don't think India should expect any direct support in case of any limited conflict with China. And when I talk about enabling support, it is primarily in the realm of intelligence and enhancing persistent stare capacity for targeting. Otherwise, I think we should be prepared to go entirely on our own in any limited conflict scenario with the People's Republic of China.
I second you on that, and I also say it is ISR. Good ISR support comes to you from your strategic partners, then the targeting part of it becomes very simple. As long as you know what the target is and where is it located. Chatwal?
Yes, I absolutely agree with both of you. See, we do not need external support from any other country. We don't want the boots on the ground. We have got India can handle. We have got our own enough forces to do all that. What we need is ISR support capabilities and support on that, and we need technology to modernize our forces and all. That is what is required. Now, in any limited conflict, I don't think we need any boots on the ground from anywhere. We should be able to handle. We must handle it ourselves. Diplomatic support and all that.
One more point. And when you talk about self-sustenance, we need to embrace this concept that is called leapfrogging. If we leapfrog in terms of technology, maybe in a couple of decades' time or in a decade's time, we should strive to arrive at a situation wherein we don't even need any kind of enabling support.
Yeah, about a strategic partner, maybe according to the Taiwan experience, maybe we cannot expect that direct support from the strategic partner. But if our important friend, maybe US or Japan, can give us some target intelligence or information from S-band radar, or even US can send their strategic bomber, just like B-1B or B-52, through to along the mainland China. It also can help Taiwan that, our backup is US, but we will fight by ourselves. I think it's very important, but we do not expect that US will direct support if Taiwan Strait became a war. And also because our some system is buy from US, If U.S. can continue to get up logistic maintenance, it also is helpful to us. So I think it's different thinking, Taiwan and India.
No, that is the major difference, sir, is that you are facing an existential threat.
Yeah.
It is there in their doctrine that if peaceful methods fail, then that they will what do you call reunite with Taiwan through force. So you
Yeah.
have an existential threat. So your threat is, you can say, far more severe than ours at a far shorter notice.
Yeah.
So yes, in your case, that you have a military relationship to ensure that your sovereignty is maintained. Sir, your comments on the fact that they will be able to or not be able to absorb large scale human casualties like what they did for 62 or even Korean War, the Chinese state.
You mean pardon?
Will their society
Yes.
permit them to have the same amount of casualty that they have had in their earlier wars? Or will that be a pressure point based on which they will be slightly reluctant to go into a war of attrition with any of its adversaries?
With China?
Yeah, China.
Okay. You can see that from January to now to this time, PRA sent their airplane to show military muscle near Taiwan. It's because of because you know that we have a president election in this year January, and Madam Tai win the election. But China want to show their power to that there's to warning that although you win the election, but we're still concerned about the 92 consents. But because of the COVID-19, so PRA military exercise reduced. But when U.S. Their military, especially the Navy, many military men got the exact case of COVID-19. You can see that PRA sent more plan or more their Liaoning Hao also make some exercise. But when U.S. back to the West Pacific, the PRA also reduced their exercise. But for Taiwan, now we have a little bit trouble about that. PRA sent their slow fighter Y-8 and fly to the southwest area of Taiwan, and then make our Air Force exhausted and tired, because each time we need to send our plane to the southeast area of Taiwan, and then we also think about that. We also think about that the how to prepare and prevent. I see that the question about two line issue, because I also write some article about this. We know that recently that Pakistan and China now organizing joint training recently, and I see some open result that China sent their Su-30 and J-11 to join that exercise, and Pakistan sent that JF-7, but not F-16. It's not meaning that China will combine the Pakistan airplane and make a BVS airstraight to India. But for India, you need to worry about the future possibility if two line, and these two country airplane in two line is a single attack by two different countries or combined together to make a joint operation. I think maybe it's not possible right now, but you need to make prepare or need to make a very good operation plan to meet this not possible but maybe might happen action. Okay, thank you.
That is a question just flashed on the screen. Somebody asked it. Are we prepared for a two-front war? And the
Yes.
possibility of a two-front war of both of them combining together. Subbu, would you like to take it up first?
Now, if you've, viewers have been monitoring the discourse that has been coming out of India's armed forces has been talking about full spectrum operations. And full spectrum operations includes the possibility of a two-front conflict. Several chiefs over the last couple of years have offered their own opinions and their own perspectives on whether we are ready or not to fight a two-front war. But I will argue that the kind of two-front war that we are thinking about is actually not the kind of two-front war that is likely to take place. I will more look at two limited fronts and not two extended fronts. And if we look at two limited fronts, I think India's armed forces are prepared for contingencies involving two limited fronts.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay. Okay, there is another question that what happens if the strategy of Indian armed forces deal with Pakistani forces? I'm sure they will join China. We have just answered that in the two-front thing. Does it good to depend on predator drones? When will India have its own attack drones?
I think unarmed UAV and RPA development in India right now has seen tremendous acceleration. There is a lot of innovation taking place. There are lots of entrepreneurs who are joining the bandwagon of producing technology that will meet the requirements of the armed forces. So I think these are exciting times for developers of drones of all kinds, including armed UAVs.
Okay, so we've got about another 15 minutes left. If any one of you wants to offer his last comments.
Taiwan also buy 4 UAV from United States, but it only focus on ISR. But we know that US drone UAV can use to do a decapitation mission. US also use drone in Iran to attack the Iran VIP. But because we don't have that technology, and US won't sell that technology to Taiwan, so we used to be ISR. But if you can, maybe you can use US drone, or maybe you can develop your own system of drone to do some tactical operation or tactical mission to very important target or object. I think you can think about that.
I think Arjun Subramaniam had answered it in his when he was talking, that having a UAV and a swarm of UAVs in Tibet at 15,000 feet and above, and it being able to negotiate through mountains above 20,000 feet, it cannot be a small quadcopter. The size of the drone increases significantly. And if the size of the drone increases significantly, then its engagement capability of an integrated air defense system. What you are not under, everybody likes to quote from the current Azerbaijan and Armenian conflict, but neither side had an integrated air defense system. The fighter aircraft, followed by long-range surface-to-air missile, medium-range surface-to-air missile, the short-range surface-to-air missiles, and lastly, the close-in weapon systems. The close-in weapon systems are good enough, to shoot down a bird. I mean, drone is still big for them. They're that accurate. So you have to have a full chain of events, and in a contested airspace, like what is likely to prevail in both our western front as well as the northern front, survivability of a big UAV in other than ISR mission is a question mark till you attain air superiority. Yes, small drones in swarms will complicate the matter quite a bit. But then small drones in swarms, will they operate over Himalayas is the big question mark. That is what we need to take into consideration, especially when you want to take into India-China context. And like you rightly said, sir, you've got ISR capability, because when US operates either in Iraq or in Afghanistan or anywhere else, they have obliterated the other air force out of the reckoning. So they operate in a non-contested airspace where they have full freedom to operate, and they can target even a individual like what they have done of Iranian VIP in Iraq. So that is our take on that. I think the subject has been very well covered, and Dr. Shen also, he expressed the concerns of his country that in spite of the COVID, they think the number of incursions and long distance voyage by Chinese PLAAF aircraft, though reduced, did not cease to take place. I think, sir, most of the time against your country, what he is trying to do is signaling. He is trying to show you that yes, I am around and don't remove me from the calculus in whatever you are deciding. One bomber with the KJ-500, fighter with the KJ-500, I think is the combination in which he gets early warning for the fighter. Otherwise the fighter is blind. Somebody may intercept him, you never know, in the middle of the ocean. Number one. Number two, every AWACS is also an ELINT sensor. So when your air defense responds to it, whether your fighters go and intercept, or your radars go and ping him, or like a new air defense system he wants to check, then in that case, it is the ELINT that counts a lot. And this electronic intelligence is basically gained in peacetime to be used in the opening phases of the war. Otherwise, in the war, the attrition is going to be very hard. Of course, he wants to signal to the US to try and keep out of any future conflict between China and the Republic of China. So that is why he tries to shows his presence in and around. And like you rightly said, he can get aircraft from another region into Lhasa. But the problem is not that. Problem is in Lhasa, where does he store it? Like Chatwal has covered. And how does he operate from there? He's vulnerable. And they have serious challenges in technology. They are definitely not as good as the West. And in some cases, they are even not as good as the Russians. Because if they were better than the Russians, then why were they buying Russian aircraft? Why are they buying Russian surface-to-air missiles? That means obviously the Russians are better than them. So that issue has also been taken. Then Arjun correctly covered the big picture. Okay, limited and high intensity battle, that is the future in this scenario, and definitely not a large scale bombing or taking out any targets in the urban center. And most important, like what he covered, is the strategic effect. It is not bean counting, that I killed so many soldiers and you killed so many soldiers. It is strategic effect of the air campaign that is going to be deciding in your perception of victory. There is going to be a drastic victory like what we just celebrated Vijay Diwas, in which we liberated Bangladesh in 1971. Neither can we take Lhasa, nor can he take Leh. But it is your perception, your perception of victory. And in his case, he tries to project himself as a global power. Even if it is a stalemate, he loses. He loses face if he cannot achieve his stated political objectives, whatever they are, when he starts the conflict. We have ground friction is a reality, especially over the Himalayas, and it is going to affect amount you can win on the ground. But definitely, forces are required on the ground in strength. Otherwise, he will come in wherever you are not there, like exactly what we have seen in the beginning of Kargil. Asymmetric warfare, concern of swarm drones, we have just covered. He showcases it to the world. If you go and attend any of these air shows in Zhuhai, the kind of platforms and things like that are shown out there are not all operational in the Chinese forces or the PLAF. There is a saying in Hindi, I will translate it for you in English later. Hathi ke daant khane ke aur dikhane ke aur. An elephant has got two set of teeth. One to show, that is the big tuskers, and a different one to eat. So a lot of things he is trying to show, and he is trying to do strategic posturing. Space-based asymmetry, yes, they have gone leaps ahead of us in space. And it is something, they have a persistent stare capability which gives them surveillance capability. Whereas at our level, we are still at the reconnaissance stage. We find out, send platforms and get specific answers to specific questions. We cannot have a constant stare against a front, and that is a gap that we need to do to correct. Fighter availability in a multi-layered conflict is a must. The strength, all chiefs, me and before and after, I've always said that the numbers have to be made up in the medium to long term so that we can absorb attrition and carry out full spectrum operation against both the fronts. Chatwal correctly covered that numbers of the PLAF are large, but all cannot be deployed in Tibet. And most importantly, the airfields are not interdependent. When we say in our Western scenario, we say that, okay, can you fight with the Pakistanis from Hindon? We'll say, no, we don't. We have to go up front. Then how do you expect him to fight from Hotan? He said, he'll fight from Hotan. No. But the question is, when he's operating from there, and that is the only airfield, and his diversion is 450 kilometers away, he has to come back with a certain amount of fuel. The fuel fraction that is available to him to carry out combat air patrol over eastern Ladakh gets reduced significantly. So he is of the Soviet doctrine, the old Soviet doctrine, which was very clear. If the troops want offensive power, it will come in the form of artillery and rockets. And they want to keep themselves safe from enemy power, it will come in the form of multi-layered air defense. This is the hinge pin that you have to unlock. If you unlock that air defense part, then his forces are very, very vulnerable. And he knows that vulnerability that he has to cover. That's why, if you see the deployment of his surface-to-air missile is massive. Bottom line is what? Bottom line is, if we can operate in conjunction with our ground forces and cause attrition, and he cannot, then you will win. Your perception of victory is really on your favor. He has got, like Chatwal has correctly covered, he's building another airfield to provide redundancy. Infrastructure building capability, what the Chinese have shown in Tibet, is phenomenal. In one working season or two working seasons, if they start work on a taxi track or something like that, it is complete. By next year, you will find it is complete. They don't have problems, like us, that winter is non-working station or something. In cold temperature, they pour hot water over the concrete or whatever they do. They set their concrete and their work carries on. The stealth capability, Chatwal has correctly analyzed. First of all, it is not all-round stealth. It is in the frontal sector, 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. If it is stealth in the frontal sector, then you have to go fast or you have to super cruise to ensure that the other person also comes to you only from the frontal sector. If you are subsonic and the other person is super cruising, he will come to you from a beam. And when he comes to you from a beam, your radar cross-section is very high. So what is the point having frontal stealth, if you can't force him to come from your front? That is the bottom line. Dispersal and numbers. Dispersal, as far as surface-to-surface missiles goes, is one of the best options because it increases his problem manifold. He has to target, he doesn't know where you are. See, surface to surface missiles, especially of the ballistic variety, which have to go out of the Earth's atmosphere and then come back in. If they have to find a target on their own, they have to have a capability known as digital manning, DSMAC, digital scene matching and area correlation. And because you're going out of the atmosphere and coming down, you will encounter clouds. So you have to have the DSMAC capability in the radar spectrum. For that, your fidelity of your synthetic aperture radar has to be very, very good. Normally, if you look at many of the systems that they have fielding, it is only in the optical. It is very rare that they have got an infrared capability. So in the radar spectrum, they are nowhere there. A cruise missile you can do with optical and infrared because you can stay low. But then the cruise missile has to cruise through mountains which are of that altitude. He's got to have a terrain reference navigation system which is level 2 DTED and better. And that is the kind of map database he has to feed it into his. All this requires technology. Like you say, it is not a cruise missile if you send it at 20,000 feet cruising and going towards target. It will be engaged by the multi-layered air defense systems. And multi-layered air defense systems can only be defeated if this platform surprises the system. Like Chetwal correctly covered, that you come out of the mountains and you launch a standoff weapons at him before he can react, because line of sight is interfering into you. So with these, I think it is not that the Chinese Air Force is a pushover. They have certain capabilities which are, they have tailored to meet, carry out against the United States, especially in cyber and space and disruptive technology that you cannot ignore and you must take cognizance of. At the same time, as far as conventional air warfighting goes, in Tibet he is limited and he is definitely not 10 feet tall, and many people make him out to be. With that, gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for being a part of this panel discussion. It was definitely a learning experience for me. I'm sure all people who are watching here will also be delighted to hear this discussion. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Stay tuned for panel discussions and Clarion Call Theatre from 18th to 20th December on Facebook and YouTube Live.
Well, an interesting topic again. It's all about countries, boundaries, and regions. Coming to the next panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have the strategic shift in the pivot of geography. The emergence of Central Asian landmass and how China is exerting influence by the way of controlling Tibet, northwestern regions of Pakistan and Central Asian republics, has seen a new pivot of geography emerging. The China-Iran-Pakistan axis has also significant influence on the regional geopolitics. What then will be the strategy to deal with the aggressive posture being adopted by China and its steady takeover by means of economic aid to the target countries? China's intense actions to set up the new Silk Route in terms of BRI and CPEC are indicative of the geostrategic importance of the region.
These moves have ominous implications for India's neighborhood and have the portents of changing regional dynamics. Recently, Russia and Central Asian countries that lie on the old Silk Route to the Caspian Sea and the Persian Gulf have resolved to become part of the BRI and Pakistan to CPEC, but not India. Why? Is the 21st century maritime Silk Route more relevant to India than the Silk Route economic belt?
We have very eminent personalities to discuss the issues. The first of them, Lieutenant General P.M. Bali. Lieutenant General P.M. Bali, AVSN VSN, commissioned in to the 19th Battalion of the Punjab Regiment on 13th June 1981 and commanded the 24th Battalion of the Punjab Regiment while deployed in intense counter-insurgency operations. He also commanded 31 Infantry Brigade and was the General Officer commanding 57 Mountain Division in the Northeast. GOC 33 Corps in Sukna from 28 August 2017 to 29 August 2018. During the Doklam standoff with the PLA, its fallout. He has held the office of the Defense Attaché at the embassies of India, Japan, and the Republic of Korea.
Brigadier Praveen Badrinath, serving Chief Engineer of a Corps, is a graduate in Defense and Strategic Studies. In almost 3 decades of service in the Indian Army, he has been deployed in active operational areas and has commanded 2 combat engineer units. He has been a UN peacekeeper in Congo, handling civil-military coordination and humanitarian intervention operations. He has been awarded the Chairman, Chief of Staff, and Chief of Army Staff Commendation Cards and has been the winner of the prestigious USI Gold Medal and Vibhur Prize essay competitions.
Ambassador Gurjeet Singh is a former Indian diplomat with 37 years of experience. He has been the ambassador of India to Germany, Indonesia, Ethiopia, ASEAN, and the African Union. He was the Sherpa for the first 2 Indian-African summits, and his book, The Injera and the Paratha on India and Ethiopia, was well received. He has also written books on India's relationship with Japan, Indonesia, and Germany. He is an honorary professor of humanities at the Indian Institute of Technology, Indore, and he chairs the CII Business Task Force on the Trilateral Cooperation in Africa.
Moderating this session is Major General A.P. Singh, Divisional Commander of an Army Division in Northern Command, responsible for operations in Ladakh and Kashmir. He has studied intelligence analysis and global security at the University of Maryland, USA. He's interacted with the U.S. intelligence fraternity on issues such as structures and methodologies in counter-terrorist operations. He has presented papers on counterinsurgencies at the Brookings Institution and on internal security architecture of India at the Heritage Foundation at Washington, D.C. Co-author of a book, Maoist Insurgency and India's Internal Security Architecture, we present to you the panel.
Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel on the strategic shift in the pivot of geography. I am Major General Amritpal Singh, and on behalf of the Military Literature Festival Association, I welcome you all to this panel discussion. The panelists have just been introduced to you, and I shall now move ahead to just giving a small, quick introduction on the basic of the topic, which is mostly geopolitical in nature. To all students of geopolitics and geostrategy, 3 or 4 names immediately come to mind for their famous theories. We've had Alfred Mahan, who in 1890 brought about the theory of SEPA. And then we've had Halford Mackinder, who in 1904 wrote the almost iconic paper, The Geographic Pivot of History. Then comes Nicholas Spikeman, who spoke about the Rimland theory, and this was in 1942. And we've of course had George Kennan, who's talked about the containment policies and had dictated the containment policies mostly followed by the USA, which came up in 1947. That being as it is, it's the geographical pivot of history which speaks of a heartland, which Halford Mackinder spoke of. And this heartland, he actually split the world into 3 major sections. One he called the World Island, which was actually the landmass that spread and interlinked the continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa to certain parts of Africa. The second he called offshore islands. The offshore islands were the islands which were around Japan and the Isles of England. And of course, what he often called the outlying islands were, in fact, large countries, North America, South America, and the Oceania group of Australia and the islands around it. Now, in these three, the interplay which he always posited was that the heartland is at the key and the center of the world island. And this stretched from the Volga to the Yangtze and from the Himalayas to the Arctic. He also called this the pivot area, and hence the word pivot of geography, since this pivot, in his theory, was the key to world domination. And in an era when there was a declining and the invincibility of sea power was seen going down, this theory caught on very well. Somewhere in 1919, Mackinder summarized his theory in a very almost unforgettable statement, which I quote: "Who rules East Europe commands the heartland. Who rules the heartland commands the world island. And who rules the world island commands the world." The world island at that time almost controlled 50% of the world's resources. As opposed to him came Nicholas Spikeman later, who spoke of the rimland theory. This theory spoke of the strip of coastland which was between the great oceans and the heartland, and he posited that the Central Asian zone was not as important as the rim of seafaring and amphibian countries which bordered with the heartland. He felt that the countries which looked after the coastal areas were actually in a better position to choke the heartland, to contain the heartland, and therefore they were more important and not the heartland. So these two theories were heartland versus rimland, and it's but natural to think of the heartland giving land-based mobility and gaining importance due to land-based mobility, and therefore the major empires came up there, like the Mongol Empire and the Russian Empire. It also was a major area where routes could go through. There was trade which happened, exchange of spirituality, a lot of ideas were changed around, and the famous Silk Route went through this heartland. The rimland, however, is based more on amphibian power, sea power, and coastal areas came up with another theory called the buffer zones. The buffer zones were countries like Afghanistan and Myanmar, to which the heartland countries found access towards the seas. So the focus in these years shifted, and the eminence shifted from heartland as being the basis of national power to the maritime space, which suddenly started taking over. So while these theories were being posited, America came up with a theory, or with its own postulations and its own policy, which was dictated by the heartland theory, which then led to the containment theory, which George Kennan had posited, and America built its foreign policy based on the heartland. And America, Germany, Japan, and many other countries were very influenced by the heartland theory and the various other theories that revolved around it. On this panel today, I'd like to first ask Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, who's traveled the world, who's seen diplomatic missions in most countries, to give us his opening comments on what he thinks of the heartland and the shifting pivot of geography in today's context, where we see China emerging as a major player, as a player who is perceived as planning to transfer this heartland and rimland theory, or bring in its own self and bring its own prominence into this pivot. Over to you, Ambassador. We are having a sound issue with Ambassador Gurjeet. So while they resolve that, I'll ask my other co-panelist, Brigadier Badrinath, to make his opening comments. And I'd ask him to give us his own understanding of the heartland theory and what he feels about the Chinese influence and the Chinese perspective on it. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's an honor to be here. And in the next few minutes, I will attempt to present my perception of the Chinese perspective of the heartland theory. We just heard what Alfred Mahan and Mackinder had to say, and we're all generally aware of what they said. But what we can't say with surety is whether the Chinese are following the same theory. In a lighter vein, we don't even know if there is a Mandarin translation of these texts. But what we can say with conclusive evidence is what I would like to bring out in my argument. Firstly, one observes the pattern of events over the last few decades, since the World War II, all the way up to the breakup of the Soviet Union. It almost took about 45 years. We can decipher a pattern that indicates that China is slowly but surely moving towards that theory. I will substantiate it briefly with my points. Firstly, China is sitting in the fabled natural fortress which Mackinder had made a mention of. It has a very potent armed force and has excellent access to warm water ports, something that the Soviet Union and Russia always had a problem with. China retains the ability to expand in different directions, at least on land, without countering any major sea power, which was again one of the tenets of Mackinder's theory. At the same time, China has made an effort to resolve most of its outstanding border issues with most of the 14 countries that they share borders with. Sino-Russian cooperation is a different cup of tea. Starting from a little difficult partnership, they have moved leaps and bounds in the realms of military and energy security. And today, China has made Russia look like a willing partner, what with its woes of economic problems, that Russia is ready to toe the line of China, given China's economic clout. Coming to the Central Asian republics, what Russia was intending to do, China has managed to do. They have surpassed Russia as being the largest trading partner of the Central Asian republics and have created a great deal of overland infrastructure. The maritime Silk Route that China is planning perfectly complements the overland routes that they are planning as part of the BRI, thus giving it access to the fabled world islands, which General A.P. Singh just spoke about. In addition to that, a large amount of infrastructure projects are being rolled out in terms of roads, ports, railways, and even bridges as far as Eastern Europe. As of today, the Central Asian countries provide about 40% of the gas imports, thereby reducing Russia's stranglehold in the energy sector. The overland pipeline all the way from Turkmenistan to China is testimony to that, giving China a very, very important fillip in the much-needed energy security domain. China's leadership of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the involvement in the Central and the East European countries is again indicative of its seriousness in the region. Though there are a few hiccups within Eastern European countries of late, it seems that the economic might of the Chinese may eventually prevail. The Yiwu-Madrid railway line, extending over 12,000 kilometers, has heartland written all over it. China has also been a major contributor in Africa's infrastructure. So much so that they say these days that any big project in an African city greater than 3 floors or any road more than 3 kilometers long is likely to have a Chinese engineer or an execution agency. In the end, it would be safe to conclude that a general perception that China is playing out the heartland theory to a very well synchronized end state is not wrong. Adding to that is the emphasis on the civilization state as opposed to just a nation state to enhance its global structure.
I will now go back to Ambassador Gurjeet, and if you've sorted out his audio problem, may I request you to make your opening comments, please?
Can you hear me now?
Very clearly.
Okay, thank you. So I'm very happy to be with such eminent people on this panel, and I heard Brigadier Badrinath quite clearly. So, you mentioned the Mahan theory, but I think sometimes we overlook the Olaf Caro great game. So while Mahan was a theory, Caro used to play the great game in which these theories played a role. Now, this great game, which essentially was the British Empire trying to keep Tsarist Russia out of the warm waters of the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean continues to be played. But today, the players are very different. Today, for instance, all the Central Asian republics are not part of the Soviet Union. We have Pakistan, we have China, which has now come in, which earlier was buffered by Tibet during British times. Iran plays a much bigger role. But frankly speaking, thanks to connectivity and technology, the world has flattened. And today, all territories and all seas are open for contention. Simply something, the Indian Ocean is at the Pacific Ocean, today are called the Indo-Pacific. This just shows the flattening of the whole world. Brigadier Badrinath has very capably brought out several aspects. For instance, if you take the Chinese outreach to Central Asia and to Europe, in Europe, it's very interesting. It is what is called Central Europe, the 17+1. There's a large amount of Europe is now toadying up to China purely for economic reasons. And the same as he had mentioned for Africa. Now, if you look at all these areas, what you find that the Chinese are doing is actually building connectivity. They are building, the trans-European, trans-Central Asian railways. They are building a large amount of railways in Southeast Asia, in Africa, and they are building ports. So if you see the BRI, for instance, it has 118 projects under it. Interestingly, out of the 118, 46 are listed in Pakistan. 46 in Pakistan alone. 22 BRI projects in ASEAN, out of which 7 are in Indonesia. And in Central Asia, there are 9, but most of them are very large. Europe itself has about 7 BRI projects. Russia has 1. Africa has 14. But, when you classify something as BRI, it is not very clear because many projects under BRI actually precede the BRI and have been loaded onto BRI purely for funding reasons. Now, having said that, what do you have today? You have China making inroads everywhere purely due to deep pockets. But China is failing to develop its own domestic market. For instance, China's main trade in Africa was with 5 countries, mainly to procure raw materials from them. Given the downturn in China, which preceded the COVID, China stopped importing these raw materials from most of them, leading to severe shocks in those countries. So China's economic engagement is fraught with danger. Its projects do not have a business plan because their companies are not used to business. They are just used to doing things. When I was in Kenya last year, they have a Mombasa Railway, Mombasa-Nairobi Railway. You know what they call it? They call it a plan to build the Chinese economy because no local company ever gets a hand into the Chinese contracts. Now, this is how China is developing, and I think Brigadier Badrinath mentioned the Jiwu-Madrid Railway. Now, that railway is partly run by Deutsche Bahn, the German railways. Now, German Railways runs it purely on contract to make money. The railway does not make any money because it brings in Chinese exports, but it has nothing to take back except occasional olive oil or wine. So Chinese projects are not economic projects. They are strategic projects. They do not abide by timelines, but they play the great game very effectively. And I think that is the danger that we need to look at in our future comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was a very good introduction and a holistic view, including a little mention of the BRI, which we'll go to in detail later. And your mention of how Badri and you have said that China is becoming central and trying to become that proverbial heartland is our basic topic of discussion today. Of course, it has dimensions like what you brought out, the BRI, and what development and what certain projects that have been loaded onto these, which we'll go to in our phase 2, where we would ask all our panelists to speak with more detail on the border and roads initiative. But I now have my final panelist, Lieutenant General Bali, to speak on his understanding of the geography of and how China and its relevance come to this whole play of heartland and its pivotal geography. Over to you, Bali.
Fellow panelists, ladies, gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. Well, I shall be giving you a different perception of the geographical pivot and its strategic shift, if any. Why we discuss this pivot, as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, is primarily due to the phenomenal rise of China in the last 3 decades. And the heartland, which was alluded to, Central Asian region and then Eastern Europe, it has an uncanny resemblance to the heartland mentioned in the treatise by Mackinder almost a century back. But how relevant is that today? Well, Mackinder's theory, his essay, has been questioned for its relevance. But to be fair to him, he did not have the advantage of hindsight. There was no air power at that time. And the complete story was more Eurasia-centric. Maybe later with other people, it was more US-centric. Today, with that hindsight advantage, we need to examine this geographical pivot and how it's coming about in today's world. With time, geographical pivots come up in different parts of the globe. And what do they depend upon? On the economic and military might of the nations that are on the ascendant at a given point in history. To put it in context, I'll just do a scan of the last 70 years. Post Second World War, to my understanding, the geographical pivot was transatlantic, with United States, mainland United States on the west and continental Europe on the east. And this came about as a bulwark against the Soviet Union. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, there was a dramatic shift in the geographical pivot from transatlantic to Asia Pacific, where it has been for over the last 2 decades now. Are we about to see another strategic shift, as is being suggested? Well, to understand that fully, I think we need to examine the main player on the table right now, that is China. Its Belt and Road Initiative appears to be the architecture on which this complete pivot is going to be based. And it is spreading from the east coast of China westwards across the Central Asian region. What is its efficacy? How do the different players impact upon it? Then China itself. China is a big power. It is holding everyone's attention, but at the same time, it's an enigma. It has always remained an enigma, not transparent at all. So there is a definite need of a reality check on China, and also to understand the various problems with which it is plagued. And is it up to it to play that dominant role in controlling the strategic pivot of history? And finally, there are other major players across the globe which can't be ignored, which will continue to influence geopolitics in a big way. So as we go along in today's discussion, I shall be dilating upon these aspects, and then we can take a call whether there really is a strategic shift in the direction as is being suggested.
Thank you, Bali, for that opening comments of yours. But it brought out a very interesting point. And that interesting point is that most of Western and US strategic thinking has been dictated by the theories of and these were established somewhere in the late 1940s, and they've been dictated by the heartland and the rimland theories. And that is why the notion that Russia was the biggest potential enemy, as you brought out, to the United States, emanated from the fact that Russia was sitting on that Mackinder's heartland, and
therefore, nuclear deterrence and all other forms of deterrence that the United States started building up was because they were so influenced by this heartland theory. And that probably is one of the reasons why that pivot, which came up transatlantic, like you said, was pitted against the pivot that came up in Mackinder's heartland, so to speak. But Spikeman's rimland theory also played a small part, and that determined American policy of containment. Because then they realized that if you hold the rimland and are able to contain the heartland, probably their economic interests, their strategic interests will be met. So that was a very interesting opening session that we've had from all our speakers. But I'd like now to go to the more important and infrastructural project which China has talked about, and through which emanates China's power, both in terms of economic power, its ability to supply money to, and like somebody spoke, deep pockets, which it had, and its whole initiative, which is now called the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, the Belt and Road Initiative, as generally known, is a US $1 trillion project, which encompasses about 70 countries, caters for about 65% of the world's population, and about handles and I mean aims to handle about 40% of the GDP of the world. With that being, what is important to note is 60% of the lending is coming from China. So the deep pockets which you spoke about, and Chinese projects which had started building up earlier, which Ambassador Gurjeet spoke about, and now being loaded on to the BRI, seem to be a kind of a grand plan. And we're talking about this grand plan as of now, as to how the BRI, how the Maritime Silk Route initiative, which is also spoken of with the BRI, will influence China's predominance. And like Bali will bring out later, is there actually aim at bringing out preeminence and dominance here? I'll first go to my friend Badrinath, Brigadier Badrinath, and ask him to speak about his manifestation of the heartland theory and the theory in overland routes, and what does he think of the BRI?
Thank you, sir, once again. I'll start off where I left last. It is evident that China is busy engaging Central and East European nations the most, apart from Asia, with their BRI. Like the ambassador said, the 17+1. Granting that the world islands, as per Mackinder's theory, are Europe, Asia, and Africa, the BRI, along with the Maritime Silk Route, is trying or attempting to integrate the entire area into China's zone of influence. The 6 overland corridors are: first one straddling the Indochina Peninsula, second one being the Bangladesh, India, Myanmar corridor, thirdly being the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, the Central and the West Asia corridor, the new Eurasia land bridge, and lastly, but not the least, the Mongolian and Russian Economic Corridor. Apart from these major projects or major corridors that China is planning, they have also released a white paper on their Arctic theory or the Arctic policy, indicating its clear commitment and responsibility to the future of the world. Remember that Mackinder spoke of the boundaries of the heartland being from the Himalayas to the Arctic. Coming back to the BRI corridors, what are the major advantages China is looking at? Firstly, it's obviously is going to establish and give a firm access to China to all these affected areas. Of course, there are many murmurs of debt trap financing and smaller countries falling a prey to China's debt trap. However, that be as it is, the work is going on full swing. The impetus of trade is definitely going to have a positive effect on China's economy, which had a few roadblocks, as the ambassador had brought out. However, I think China's visualization of this is that it is going to offer the yuan as an alternative to the US dollar in the years to come if everything goes as per plan. The sheer size and magnitude of the project is bound to project China as a global power for having brought it together in the first place. It will also give unhindered access and avenues for Chinese soft power to be projected, as well as hard power if necessary, and eventually elevate its global status. Closer home, China's initiative in the Indo-China Peninsula, as well as the CPEC, have strategic implications vis-à-vis India. China also gains access to much more resources, men and material resources, and probably can find, other than emerging markets, also lower manufacturing hubs outside China itself. At the same time, everything is not just advantages about the BRI. There are many risks. There are some unwritten risks. Let me dwell on a few of them. Like I mentioned earlier, the debt trap theory is slowly making nations, even as small as Montenegro, wary of the BRI effort. After the initial euphoria of the Chinese highway project, which was funded by them, the nation is now seeing red as its debt increases. Nations are also wary of possible exploitation of these key infrastructure assets, such as arterial highways, airports, and ports, by any of the powers later. The cost and time overruns of such massive projects can never be underemphasized. As in the case of the CPEC or the 1 billion railway line between Budapest and Belgrade, the cost and time overruns have been substantial, and we are all aware of the kind of problems that these countries are facing now. More often than not, this is likely to have a damaging effect on the host country rather than on China. While we all are generally aware of the Indian response to the CPEC, the European nations are having a mixed response to this initiative of late. There seems to be an individual reaction towards China based on each one's bilateral relationship with China. While Italy, Hungary, and Greece have signed bilateral MOUs with China, UK, France, and Germany are watching the developments closely. Another major issue may be the vast differences in the culture, labor, and environmental standards being followed by these countries vis-à-vis the policies and practices used by the Chinese companies and the Chinese government. The EU has already voiced its concern on some of these issues. Overall, it appears that some countries are wary that the BRI may become a one-way street for Chinese goods and services, while some others who desperately need the infrastructure may eventually welcome it. While this is true for Europe, the same cannot be said of Africa. Africa is already the largest bilateral creditor of China, with a combination of grants, aids, and low-cost loans for development financing. While the US and the Europe grappled with financial trouble, China is relentless in its investment in Africa, having invested in more than 50 out of the 54 countries and also having signed MOUs with the African Union. China has been systematic about its investments in Africa. Firstly, developing ports. Secondly, the road and rail lines to connect the hinterland to the ports. Thirdly, connecting the mineral resource to these lines. Thereafter, consequently, creating dependence on infrastructure investment, leading to deficit financing for some of these countries at times. And lastly, a notable point is most of these projects are largely bilateral, which means there is no third nation or no third development agency. It is only between China and that particular host country. Overall, it suffices to say that the BRI is very ambitious and has very, very high payoffs for China if they manage to pull it off by sorting out the perception battle and managing to complete projects on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier Badrinath. I'd like to bring out an interesting fact as to why it's called the Belt and Road Initiative. Well, the original name of the project was, as I'd like to read out, Silk Road Economic Belt and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road Development Strategy. It was quite a long one in Chinese. And this was converted later on to One Road, One Belt, One Road policy. But now, when we talk of it as Belt and Road Initiative, there are two parts to it. One is the belt part, which is actually actually refers to the Silk Road Economic Belt, which is the erstwhile Silk Route, overland route, which passed through Central Asia, landlocked countries like Central Asia and West Asia, Europe, and then on to Western Europe. And when they talk of the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, the road part refers to this 21st century maritime Silk Road initiative. So there are two distinct parts: one overland, following the erstwhile Silk Road, famous Silk Road, and now the maritime route, which the ambassador and Brigadier Badrinath alluded to when they talk of development of ports and using the sea as a medium of transportation. I'd now like to request General Bali to speak of his the Central Asia and the efficacy of China's BRI in his perspective.
Well, thank you. As we examine this, let's move from the east to the west, where the main architecture of this Belt and Road Initiative is emanating and going in that direction. It starts, of course, from the prosperous areas of eastern and southeastern China. Now, that is the real heartland of China, and that's where it's populated by the ethnic homogeneity, mainly the Hans. And then it moves westwards into Xinjiang, the earlier name of Tibet, and Xinjiang, dominated by the Uyghurs. And that's where we find changes taking place. It's already a heterogeneous ethnicity, and they are different and they are disgruntled, to put it mildly. China has tried to sort out Tibet by balkanizing it, and unfortunately, the rest of the world has fallen prey to it by referring to the Tibet Autonomous Region, which is just 1/3 of the original Tibet. And of course, we are well aware of the political and other problems which are existing in that area. And then we come to Xinjiang, which is much more volatile, where there have been open demonstrations and a bid for secessionism. And China has not hesitated to use the heavy hand as PLA and the jackboot to suppress them. But the problems continue in a big way. And this BRI, the roads of prosperity, so-called roads of prosperity, goes to such an area. We come to the Central Asian republics. We spoke about the linkages with China. Well, closer to Xinjiang, I think ethnically, they're closer to the Uyghurs. And then one should not forget that these Central Asian republics were part of the erstwhile USSR. And the linkages, bonds, and I would even say dependencies with Russia are very strong. And not to forget, India has a distinct footprint in this region, which is, I think, would be known to the audience and which is of great significance. And as we go further west, we spoke about Iran. There has been mention of China, Pakistan, Iran axis. Well, I wouldn't agree with that at all. Iran is a very old civilization with a distinct identity. And talking of Iran and Pakistan in the same bed, there are major differences. They may have temporarily papered over some of the problems, but the schisms are very clear and distinct. What has pushed Iran more towards China, I would say largely is American policy, and that too during the Republican dispensations. So Iran also sought convergence of interests with China. But with change of governments, policies change, and Iran cannot be permanently viewed in the China camp. Now, with that kind of a situation, this old Silk Route, which has got a new name, which the moderator mentioned, how China is identifying its BRI going to that region. The old Silk Route was primarily for trade. It had no real geopolitical dimensions to it. Why China has gone in over there? Is it to the grand design? Well, one of the reasons, China feels hemmed in by the United States' influence in the island chains, the first island chain and the second island chain, which is towards the Pacific and towards the south and east of China. And therefore, the desire for developing this new Silk Road. But will all this lead to a pivot in this area? Well, talking of the BRI, earlier known as the OBOR, what is it? If you see the original document, maybe it's because of the translation from Mandarin, it's clumsily worded, and I would even say ham-handedly executed. China has gone at great lengths to convince the participating nations, which are mostly underdeveloped economies from the third world, that it is for their benefit for their good, for their prosperity. But make no mistake, the BRI is no Marshall Plan. It's plain and simple, a thinly disguised debt trap. And I think that is being increasingly realized by all countries, even Myanmar, and even where the maritime facilities are coming up in Bangladesh or Sri Lanka. Both these countries have realized the economic pitfalls involved in this kind of dealings with China. And the BRI itself, in every place in the region or in the globe, has not been free from controversy. There has not been any smooth sailing. To talk of the BRI closest to us, the CPEC or the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. First and foremost, it goes through land, Indian land, illegally occupied by China and Pakistan. And then it runs from north to south to the port city on the coast of Pakistan in Gwadar. It has been beset with problems. And in fact, only a couple of days back, the Pakistan army had to step in and take on a bigger role in pushing it towards completion. So that's the state of affairs of the BRI, which is being developed in a country which is an all-weather ally. Therefore, it's not all smooth sailing as far as this particular infrastructure project is concerned. So with that as a backdrop, will that lead to a pivot over there in Central Asia? That remains a big question mark. And I think we need to look more closely and try to see through the opaqueness of China to understand it.
Thank you, General Wali. That was a very interesting point that you brought out regarding the famous debt trap that many economists and many observers have been mentioning about China's investment in the BRI. While it's fair to agree that most of the countries have long-term capital gains as they would look at to get from the BRI, it is also important to note that many of these projects, especially along the port cities, along where the maritime routes plan to move, were already invested in and were being developed as ports to handle larger traffic. So I'd like to ask Ambassador Gurjeet, who has been around in and around the Horn of Africa quite a while, as to what he thinks of the ports that are coming up right from the South China Sea to Kyokpo in Rangoon, to Hambantota in Sri Lanka, and also to the ports on the eastern coast of Africa. What is your perception, and what can India do about countering the BRI once you speak of the Horn of Africa? Over to you.
Thank you. So the BRI is a manifestation of the realist policy that China follows, unlike the liberal policy most of us follow, simply because they have much greater robustness of ability to provide much more than us. Secondly, we have heard a lot of talk today about Europe and Russia and China. You see, the European view of China is different from India's view of China, because to them, the enemy is Russia on their doorstep. And they object to things like Ukraine and Crimea, leading to sanctions on Russia, which pushed Russia into Chinese arms. This European action was detrimental to Indian interests because it created a very strong Russian-Chinese nexus, which earlier we could leverage, but now we can't. The European Union declares China a systemic rival. But if you see all their actions, they are anti-Russia, and economically they are quite happy to engage with China. You look at the Indo-Pacific doctrine, which Germany has announced and Netherlands has announced, and very soon EU will announce. They don't even mention China. It is like a trade opening measure to the Indo-Pacific, because the pivot today is the Indo-Pacific. I personally do not see Central Asia as the pivot because it is uncontested. The Russians are not contesting China. China has a free run in Central Asia. Therefore, I do not consider it a challenge or something. It's happened. But Southeast Asia, the South China Sea, and the larger conglomeration of the Indo-Pacific, which runs from the Horn of Africa to Hawaii or beyond, is an area of major concern because, as Brigadier Badrinath pointed out, a lot of trade goes here. General Bali pointed out the strategic relevance, the resources, the blue economy. Well, everything which needs to happen is happening here. If it happened peacefully, then I would not even call it a pivot because you simply collaborate. But the structure of the East Asia Summit, which was meant to maintain peace and harmony in this region, with ASEAN centrality at the core, has fallen apart due to Chinese hegemony over the region, which is more or less established. The 9-dash line is no more imaginary permanent court of arbitration decision or not. It is a reality. Today, the ASEAN countries have to accept the 9-dash line and Chinese influence over it if they like it or not. Most of them have decided to go with the BRI benefits rather than contest the 9-dash line because they do not have the capacity to do so. So who is going to make this region the pivot? The Americans had withdrawn. Otherwise, before the Chinese came in, the Americans were underwriting the security of Southeast Asia, of ASEAN countries. But that is gone. So today you have 4 members of the East Asian Summit who now constitute the Quad. Gentlemen, I put it to you, the Quad is the first challenge to the concept of ASEAN centrality, which means that the old idea that everything will govern and run around ASEAN, which was browbeaten by China, is today being contested by the Quad, which says, forget ASEAN centrality. We will deal with this on its own terms. Secondly, what does it say? Forget BRI. We don't think BRI is succeeding. Let us go for a decoupling from China by opening new resilient value chains between, let us say, Japan, Australia, India, and ASEAN, or including France and bringing in Germany and other EU countries. So there is a very real challenge to the BRI concept and realist posture, which includes strategic aggression by China. But the BRI is not a success. There is not a single project under BRI which has been completed to date. But countries have to start paying back. In the case of Kenya, the Mombasa Railway is ready, but it doesn't earn revenue. So the revenue is being taken out of the guarantees of the profits of the Mombasa port. Same has happened to Djibouti on the Addis Djibouti Railway. Nobody travels on the railway, but somebody has to pay the bill. So like what happened in Hambantota, you will have this problem in many places. The last point I want to make is this. What can India do? India has been furthering its interests by promoting the Kaladan multimodal project in Myanmar. It has looked at the trilateral highway from northeast India through Myanmar into Thailand, later perhaps going into Vietnam and Cambodia. We are looking at a new port in Sabang in Indonesia, in Aceh. We are looking at the Roang port, which Vizag has signed some agreements in Thailand. But you know, our efforts on our own lack the implementation capacity and the funding capacity which China has. So therefore, the only way we can move forward is through more trilateral concepts with, let us say, like Australia or Japan, and do projects in these countries which will have better planning and implementation as well as profits for those countries. Last point, absolutely. In our neighborhood, we are comfortable with countries who reach out to China for economic engagement, including BRI, the Bangladesh model, so long as they keep the lines open for Indian projects and do not mess up our security through their alignment with China. This is the error the earlier governments in Sri Lanka and Maldives made and now perhaps Nepal was trying to make. But the Bangladesh model, where you buy lots of stuff from China, the Chinese are all over the place, but you do not allow them to threaten India's security and keep the doors open for India, is the kind of model that we can pursue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. That was a perspective which complemented what General Bali said in a way, that the BRI is not such a big success. And the second part is whether China is the pivot, and are we actually looking at China the pivot? But 2 points I'd like to bring out is that the geography itself has bestowed a great advantage on China. Of course, it brings along its own disadvantages. But Xinjiang and Tibet are two areas which are very much aligned towards the heartland, and its coastal regions are part of the rimland. So they have a combination of both the heartland and the rimland in the old theory speak, so to say. And when we talk of what the ambassador alluded to as to the Indo-Pacific alliance and the Indo-Pacific region as the emerging pivot, then yes, our discussion does encompass an emerging pivot. Is the pivot of geography always going to remain at the heartland, or are we talking of another pivot that comes up here in the area of the Indo-Pacific, or is it in the Indian Ocean region? And how will it manifest itself depending on these fringe states, or depending on the coastal areas, depending on areas which we plan to develop? So, but one irrevocable fact is, and what the ambassador did bring out, was that China and Russia are not competing. There is no, it's almost like a free run to China, because they are aligned, very well aligned, because they have heartland interests. And they are that central, both of them belong to that central heartland. And therefore, they are working towards their own overland routes and their own benefits. But what this discussion does bring out is, we need to take a reality check on whether China is actually emerging as the pivot. Is China able to exploit its straddling of both the heartland and the rimland? And for this, I'd like to invite General Bali to bring about a reality check on whether China is what we all see it to be.
Well, thank you. Before I do a quick reality check on China, as I perceive it, I would strongly like to endorse what Ambassador Gurjeet mentioned about Europe's perception of Russia vis-a-vis China, very different from ours. I had an opportunity to attend a seminar at the Royal USI in London, where all the heads of chiefs of NATO armies were there. And one almost felt as we were back in the Cold War era, and they expected the Russian tanks to come rolling down the Black Forest anytime. Well, that apart, a reality check on China. I am of the strong view that China is definitely overestimated, and mainly because of its economic growth. Now, this economic growth and the manufacturing hubs in mainland China, they really hide the problems that lie deep inside it. The term that I would like to use to describe China is in fact oxymoronic. It's not a communist regime. It's a totalitarian state, an authoritarian state with a free market economy. Well, what can be more diverse? The political structure is extremely rigid, and it's dependent completely on its military. It draws its strength from the People's Liberation Army. Probably this is the only country of significance where the armed forces is not a country's armed forces, it's the party's armed forces. The allegiance of the PLA is to the Communist Party, a very strange system of governance. And any opposition to the government policy is considered an act of war. We saw the actions in Tibet, in Xinjiang, and now, of course, what's happening and has been happening for a few years in Hong Kong is abundantly clear. The Communist Party of China expends phenomenal energy and effort in trying to show that everything is hunky-dory. Now, this is not really the signs of a power that can influence a big pivot of geography and continue to sustain its eminent position on the world table. That's my take on the reality check on China, very briefly. Subsequently, I shall dilate upon the problems that are existing inside China.
Thank you very much, General Bali. I'd like to just again go back to Spikeman, who almost very prophetically said these words, and I quote, "A modern and vitalized and militarized China is going to be a threat not only to Japan, which was its enemy at that time, but also to the position of the Western powers in the Asiatic Mediterranean. Now, as this goes about, I'd like to invite Ambassador Gurjeet to speak a little about why, and his reference to the 9-dash line and the South China Sea was in passing when he spoke of the BRI and the other initiative. But why is it that why is the South China Sea considered as the girdle of sea power by China, and what is the manifestation of China and the 9-dash line and its forays into and ignoring the international courts rulings on the South China Sea? What is that brings about it, and what is driving China to do this, other than, of course, the economic issues that we're all aware of? Is there an aim at challenging the US? Is there a trans-Pacific initiative? Is there a trans-Pacific aim? Do let us know, and over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you. I can only share a perspective because in international politics, nothing is definitive except prudence. Prudence is the only definitive part of international politics, as Morgenthau used to. One country which is totally imprudent is China. So they don't follow Morgenthau either. They follow their own logic. You know, if you look at World War II, which General Bali alluded to, the Japanese were trying to create what was called the Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere, which started in Japan and went up to Burma, right? So if you simply say the Chinese are replicating that, you know, finding colonies for the market and to source what they want, then the Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere is like a kind of a model. The 9-dash line simply is the limits of their fishing rights. So it is not often understood. People think that the Chinese are coming to the South China Sea for the oil and gas. Yes, all that is there. But do you realize that it is to feed the large populations that they need the fish of all the oceans that they can reach? That is why China has among the most potent fishing fleets of anybody in the world. And this has gone under the radar of everybody. Now, when they go as far as the Natuna Sea, which was barely at the edge of the 9-dash line in Indonesia, they're always followed by Coast Guard patrols. So they are using their military muscle to acquire fish from all over the place and say, we are going to eat this. They really need that for the protein needs of their country. Of course, there's oil, gas, there are other things, but basically it is that. And secondly, it is an exercise of power. Now, I said that in Central Asia, the Chinese had no contention with the Soviet Union or Russia. Well, in the South China Sea, since 2012, the Obama pivot to Asia never happened. So the Chinese actually marched into Southeast Asia quite unopposed. The ASEAN is not an organization which is built to deal with such a challenge. They had always outsourced their security, and their outsourced agency, the United States, was now not able to perform. So they don't know who to turn to, but if you say that we deal with the Quad, they feel very unhappy because the Chinese are seen as opposing America. But supposing there is an Indonesia, Australia, India trilateral, or an India, Vietnam, Japan trilateral, I believe these individual ASEAN countries will be much more comfortable with this, and they will be able to palm this off the Chinese, saying there are no Americans involved. The Americans are not a trading force in any case. They are not in RCEP. They are even withdrew from the TPP. So today it is China and Japan who are the leading economic forces of this region. Thirdly, when we talk of BRI, it is a very sexy thing to say. But as I said, no BRI project has succeeded. And please remember, the total outlay of BRI so far in Southeast Asia is only 30% of Japanese investment in infrastructure in Southeast Asia, even today. So they are by no means the leading player. So if India, Japan, Australia, and others get together and we can get some ASEAN countries to stand up for themselves, not all will not stand, some stand up for themselves, we can perhaps have a challenge to China, which in the post-pandemic period could become through, if not decoupling, at least creating alternate resilient supply chains. And that is the way that you challenge China economically. I don't think there's any need to challenge them militarily because nobody is going to support you in that. And I think what the Southeast Asians look for are benign military forces who can support them in what is called humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, particularly around the Ring of Fire. So this is the most potent threat, not the Chinese. It is the Ring of Fire and the natural disaster which affects most of the maritime countries of Southeast Asia, and in which Indian Navy has played a signature role in providing HADR. And I think that remains a core strength which we must cultivate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was a look into the next phase which we were morphing into, about how and what can we do to build our own national interests, to ensure that India's national interests stay going. But before that, it would be of relevance to understand what are China's problems. We've always talked about China's initiatives, and there was a speak by Bali, reality check of China and their problems. But a little more specifics of China's problems would help us understand as to how to articulate and how to go about building our own national interest, irrespective of the fact that China is doing what it has to do. Over to you, General Bali.
Thank you. Well, China comes across, of course, as a very powerful country, which has grown phenomenally, as I mentioned, in the last 3 decades. Economically, a great military might. But I also said that it's a very opaque country, very difficult to unravel, enigmatic. But if you look deep inside, there are issues. And if you were, let's say, a fly on the wall in the Communist Party headquarters, privy to the inner confabulations of the Politburo, or for that matter, even in the Central Military Commission, the CMC, what would you learn or hear? What is China worried about? First and foremost is the peripheral areas inside the Chinese country. I alluded to them right in the beginning when I spoke about Tibet and Xinjiang and the major issues that are existing over there. You can add to that the Mongol area in the north. Then we have problems in Hong Kong. The whole world is aware of that. There are major problems not going away. And the biggest festering sore is Taiwan, just below the Chinese underbelly. And every time there's a problem. In fact, today itself, the so-called 70th year of relationship between India and China, which was to be celebrated in a certain way, is not being done. And in fact, the cultural troopers from Taiwan are getting pride of place. So China is always worried because it sort of challenges its one nation theory. And we know the American policies related to Taiwan. Then the issues in the South China Sea, the 9-dash line, and what all China has been doing over there. In fact, it has violated international judicial rulings about the rights of other nations in the South China Sea. Senkaku Islands are well known, the great dispute and the conflict with Japan, an ongoing process. Then, of course, the South Tibet. Now, South Tibet is actually the LSE, which is between India and China. We have disputed and sensitive areas in Arunachal, in southwest Bhutan, neighboring Sikkim, and now in East Ladakh in a big way. In 2017, China was going roughshod all over the South China Sea in a manner bullying and pulverizing the smaller ASEAN nations. And then it came rolling down into the Doklam Plateau, trying to get closer to the Jampheri Ridge, which would bring them within visual distance of the Siliguri corridor. Well, the Indian army stepped out and stopped this juggernaut. That came as a bit of a surprise to the Chinese, very upsetting for them. But once again, they've repeated this in Eastern Ladakh, and I think everyone is fully aware what has happened and what is going on there. And I think the Chinese reputation has taken a big beating on these two issues. Then we talk about the Pacific to the east of China. the US Navy dominates the Pacific, and the Indian Navy is there in the Indian Ocean. That's no pushover. Whatever China's aspirations, it is no match militarily to the US, especially its Navy. Another proclivity of China is to create artificial islands by pouring concrete into the oceans and making small airstrips. Well, that's the way a dog marks its territory. You can't base a military strategy on that. And any career group, a career strike group, can put short shift to such artificial bases. You may talk about China's strength as ICBMs, but they are just for show. Any use of ICBMs would lead to its own annihilation. Then you talk of an economy, you talk of the huge amount of US Treasury bonds that China's got. Well, let me put it simply, that's simply an investment. It was not going to redeem those bonds. Its linkages with the Western companies are too beneficial for it to be risked in any way. Its currency is artificially valued, and there's a big opaqueness about its complete economy, which makes it appear much more prosperous than it actually is. And then talking about the People's Liberation Army, the mainstay, the force behind the Communist Party of China. Well, as a military man, I've had a close look at the PLA, and let me tell you, I've come away unimpressed. The human resource is mediocre or less than that. The equipment is adequate but not overwhelming. The armed forces are not battle hardened. The last encounter was in 1979 with Vietnam, where they came away learning a lesson. And I suppose they would be learning the lessons in Eastern Ladakh like they learned in Doklam. So it is actually much less formidable than its propaganda blitz makes it appear. You may blame me for being very critical on all these aspects of China, but I think there's a definite need to having a real prudent and reality check on different aspects, whether it's the military or the economy or the geopolitics, to get a true feel of the strength that China possesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Bali. While we are bantering about the BRI, China's dominance, China's problems as brought out by General Bali, there is also a need to focus on what India needs to project, what India needs to think of in building its own national interests. So I'd like to go to Brigadier Badrinath now to lay out his suggestions for a way ahead for what India needs to do and what strategy should we adopt. Over to you, Brigadier Badrinath.
Thank you once again, sir. In the next few minutes, what I'll try to outline is what we need to do. Now, there are also some questions from some of our observers. Mr. Colonel Brigadier Manrai has asked about India's alternative to the BRI, though I will not give you something which you can call India's response to the BRI, but I will briefly touch upon what I think are the actions that we need to take to counter this whole issue. When we talk of strategy, the first thing that comes to mind is the fabled string of pearls. It's entirely up to us